never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Everybody ready? Ready or not, here we go. Get it underway on a Thursday, 5th day of August. We're heading down the home stretch for the first week of August here. It's been a little bit like almost like a fall preview in parts of the country. Had some really cool nights, almost chill out. Almost had to break out a jacket last night. A little warmer tonight, 72 degrees outside the secret bunker here in Cincinnati. We'll check with some of our other listening friends around the country coming up here momentarily. Hey, right out of the box, just a heads up, tomorrow is Friday, once we make it through Thursday, of course. So our following show, tomorrow night's show, we are anticipating Chris Gabrelchik, the boss man, joins us first Friday in the month of August after missing Chris in the July visit. So anticipating hearing, especially from some of our newer hotshot secret users, those who have maybe just recently, in recent months, started using the project or the product. Love to hear from you. Let us know how things are going. Fuel economy improvements and things of that nature. Transmission, the shift restore, if the transmission's working like brand new. All that fun stuff. And of course, a lot of people have questions about various products. Actually had an email this past day from one of our listeners. Let me see. Yeah, I was wondering if y'all could do a comparison of your everyday diesel treatment to something known as Optilube XPD. It seems to be the only product that's close to you guys or that competes. I'd love to really hear it on your program. Well, we'll have to address that tomorrow night. We'll let you know. for all the number of products, because that's what they do there in Mount Gilead. They take all the different products, not just from this country, but I mean literally around the world, and do breakdowns, comparisons, trying to make things better than anything else you can find on the shelves. So, all right, so Chris joins us tomorrow night. Meanwhile, let's take a look at our travelers' weather. Not a bad night for most of the country. Yeah, 2 nights in a row where we've had some pretty decent travelers' weather. A little bit of shower activity in the north central portions of the country. It's a line of spotty showers and nothing as far as severe weather. Eastern portions of Nebraska, up cutting through the southeast corner of South Dakota, then up into western portions of Minnesota. Aside from that, you'll find some spotty showers in northern Montana. That's going to be pushing on up into southern Canada. Elsewhere around the country, again tonight in the southeast, a little bit of shower activity up in the Big Bend area. In Florida once again, areas between Tallahassee and Jacksonville, there are some pockets of heavier rain in the mix there. But that's pretty much it. It's all confined to northern Florida. Now, there's a lot of moisture in the central and eastern Gulf of Mexico, a lot of storm activity out over the Gulf. Much of that is anticipated to, again, be pushing into the sunshine state. You've had several days of soggy weather, and there's more where that came from. But back to the almost fall-like feel that we've experienced in parts of the country, unusually cool conditions. An early autumn preview across the Midwest and the Northeast this week. Some of us may be feeling like, hey, is summer already over? What's going on here? No, it's not. A return to the more typically sultry August weather is on the way in the coming days. Forecasters predict several major cities are going to see highs throttling back up once again late this week and into next week. More opportunities for the mercury to hit 90 degrees. Right now, though, we've got a southward dip in the jet stream that's to blame, or maybe thank, if you don't like the hot stuff, for the conditions that were more typical of mid-September, first half of this week. The forecast is the jet stream's going to retreat here in the latter days of the week, but not before allowing some drenching rain to spread northward into parts of New England. Yeah, the storm with the tropical moisture connection, unloading anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain. Areas from, say, Long Island, New York to southeastern Maine, Wednesday night to Thursday. Not seeing much on the radar screen right now, but there is some rain up in eastern portions of Massachusetts, the Boston area, looking at some shower activity. It's all right there along the coastal areas, though. Typical early August high temperatures would be in the upper 70s for the northern Great Lakes, northern New England, and the higher elevations of the Appalachians. You'd be closer to 90 around Chesapeake Bay and the lower Ohio Valley. Low temperatures tend to range from the mid-50s in the northern tier in the mountains to close to 70 in the Ohio Valley. From late this week into the weekend, highs are going to be trending upward from where we've been in the 70s and lower 80s. We'll see more widespread highs well into the 80s, within a few degrees of 90 in some of our major cities in the Midwest and Mid-Atlantic once again. The upcoming pattern will allow some locations to add to the number of 90-degree days. Many of our major cities like Chicago, New York City, Philadelphia, Detroit, Boston, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, St. Louis, and Washington, D.C. all have the potential to add a number of 90-degree days to the tally for the season. Many cities are on track to finish near average for the year in terms of hot days. D.C. has recorded 30 90-degree days so far, just 6 days shy of the typical average. Philadelphia has seen 20 days at 90. You typically see about 27. New York City, just 5 days shy of your normal yearly total of 19 days of 90-degree heat. So we're pretty much right on pace for a pretty normal summer. Burlington, Vermont has already exceeded the average of 7 days at or above 90. You've had 8 so far. Now, Cincinnati, we're kind of lagging behind, only 8 days compared to the seasonal average of 20 days of 90-degree heat. Pittsburgh, you've only had 2 90-degree days so far this summer. You typically see about 10. So over the weekend, another southward dip in the jet stream is forecast to pivot from the Midwest to the Northeast, kind of putting the brakes on the warming trend. That brief jet stream plunge will be less pronounced than what we're dealing with this week. It'll have virtually no cool air associated with it, but it will bring an uptick in showers and thunderstorm activity. At the very least, spotty thunderstorms for parts of eastern parts of the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, maybe Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening, followed by areas along the mid-Atlantic coast and New England on Sunday. But much of next week, it looks like temperatures are going to be inching a little bit higher. So highs range from the mid-80s in the northern tier and over the mountains, upper 80s and lower 90s in many of the major Midwest and mid-Atlantic cities. It'll be common. With this in mind, there can still be some subtle day-to-day fluctuation in temperatures thanks to sea breezes in some areas, but cooling thunderstorms from a day before. During the month of August, you begin to see the decline in daylight hours. Have you begun to notice that yet? That tends to limit the amount of heating just enough so that some morning fog episodes become more common. And thunderstorm activity can have a more lingering negative impact on the peak temperatures. But water temperatures in pools in this region of the country, these cool nights, we dropped down to about 60 last evening. That's been definitely cooling the waters down. They'll try to warm up again over the next several days, maybe a few more pool days here in the month of August. It's been a wet start to August across much of the Gulf Coast. We've seen a lot of persistent showers and thunderstorms. Areas further north will see some of that rain for the rest of the week. Heat and humidity typically cause your afternoon thunderstorms this time of year. They've been much more widespread and numerous than normal this week, thanks to a stationary front that's allowed those thunderstorms to rumble through in both morning and afternoon hours. Really, it's been eastern Carolinas on down into southeastern Georgia and on through parts of Florida. The rest of the week here, rainfall should be a bit lighter along the Gulf Coast. The heaviest rain likely offshore. One exception is forecast to be over Florida. Now, this front also bends northward along the coast of the Carolinas. That boundary is kind of the point of development for these showers and storms over the next few afternoons. There's an area of low pressure that developed in eastern North Carolina Tuesday. That has moved northward. That brought some of the soaking rain, drenching the region. Spaceman had posted some videos where he was down at the Outer Banks of North Carolina, flooding along the frontage roads and whatnot. He said that's pretty common anytime you get heavy rains there in the Outer Banks. But yeah, inches of water on the roadways there. Now, even after that low moved northward into New England, which it's doing tonight, and continues through the day today, another storm is going to develop on that front. That may cause more rain in eastern North Carolina by the end of the week and maybe into the weekend. Combined with the rain that's already fallen, AccuWeather says 12 inches can still occur from total rains from this week and into the weekend along the North Carolina coast and parts of northern and central Florida. Now, as of this past afternoon, over 5 inches of rain had already fallen in Hatteras and Cherry Point, North Carolina. Rainfall topped 7 inches in Piney Island, North Carolina. Both Crystal River and Cross City, Florida have received at least 6 inches of rain between Monday and Wednesday this week, and you've got more on the way. The available moisture and the slow nature and the movement of these storms making them favorable for the drenching rains, localized flash flooding concerns. This can certainly cause some travel disruptions. Obviously, you got to slow down to avoid hydroplaning. turn on the headlights when the rain's falling, even in the daylight hours. One beneficial result of the rain is a break from the typical midsummer heat, though. Thanks to the clouds and the rain, temperatures have been topping out in the middle to upper 80s this week. Most locations in the southeast would normally be in the low to mid 90s this time of year. Looks like the rain's going to persist through Friday and Saturday before you see your more typical spotty afternoon thunder showers returning. As the pattern changes, temperatures begin to rise once again. Widespread 90s by the end of the weekend and into next week once again. So we're not done with summer just yet. At 13 past the hour, I meant to mention this last evening. Horsefeather sent me a reminder. I said, I had it printed out before me. But there's a multi-state enforcement blitz ongoing. Yeah, actually started, I believe, on Tuesday, and it runs through the rest of the week here, through Friday, August the 6th. This is the Safe Drive enforcement effort, multiple states. An emphasis along the I-95 corridor in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Other states that are participating include Alabama, Arkansas, Connecticut, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. Like I said, a multi-state effort. Yeah, there's an additional enforcement effort taking place through the I-81 corridor from New York down through Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia at this same time. This particular effort is focused on both passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles behaviors, monitoring for aggressive driving, speeding, tailgating, failing to wear your seatbelts, distracted driving, all those sort of things, driving under the influence. Efforts will also help ensure commercial vehicle drivers are following industry regulations, including hours of service compliance, commercial driver's license compliance, medical certification, and commercial motor vehicle credentialing. FMCSA says the Safe Drive launched back in 2014 when 400 troopers, officers, and FMCSA inspectors were stationed along the 900 miles of I-95 in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. A concentrated enforcement effort resulting in 0 traffic fatalities in that corridor during that blitz. Because of the success of that effort, they've expanded it to include several other states with multiple enforcement periods every year. We already had a Safe Drive effort that took place back in June. There's another already on the books, a Safe Drive Blitz coming in October 5th, 6th, and 7th of this year. So just be aware, you've probably been seeing increased law enforcement, increased presence along those corridors this week. And it continues through Friday. There you go. Heads up. Let's jump over. Who's checking in? Did Colton get in first out of the box? No, Gilligan jumped on first, second, and third. Colton was technically second. Hello, Colton. Good to have you with us. Let's see. Danny checking in, a.k.a. Icebreaker. Hello, fifth on the line. James checking in from Woodstock, Georgia. 68 soupy degrees after some late evening downpours. Captain Ron checking in. Pigpen. Good morning, Steve. Doing my usual run from Sarnia, Ontario to Burton, Ohio. Right now, I'm cruising through St. Clair, Michigan. Again, clear, 68 degrees. There you go. Mr. Q is listening in this morning. Justin out delivering medical supplies in Indianapolis. Have a great show. Tell all my fellow drivers, have a safe trip, guys and gals out there. Let's see. Timothy checking in. He's going to be with us for a period here, just briefly, I guess, for a short time. Morning to the Moose. Tapeworm checking in. Chris, good morning, everybody. That's Chris, the night shift nurse, checking in once again. I have recovered from the wisdom tooth and molar extraction. Couple more days off and back to work on the night shift unit Friday. All right, so spending time at home. Good to have you with us, though. Hope you're feeling better, Chris. I know what tooth pain's all about. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 70 degrees, high humidity. Little sticky out here tonight. I had a very restful day, though I did have to put a new battery in the Envoy because we haul the dogs around in it. Probably going to load tomorrow for a couple deliveries in the Raleigh area for Monday. Then there's an outside chance I could load Friday for San Jose, California for next Wednesday. Going to have to wait and see. But got the rest of my Hot Shot Secret order today. The Everyday Diesel Treatment, Gasoline Extreme, and FR3. I'll be treating the cars tomorrow with the Gasoline Extreme and my F-250 with the Everyday Diesel Treatment. Thanks for supporting the show, Buckeye Boy. Steve says, I live in Cincinnati, but I'm on vacation. And I'm listening in from my garage. I'm sorry, from Orange Beach, Alabama. Listening in at Orange Beach. All right, enjoy that vacation there, Steve. Let's see, a couple more here. Jay, happy Thursday to you and all the drivers. 66 degrees clear here in Nashville tonight. Safe driving to all my friends out there. Hello, Eskimo Mom. 71 degrees in Kentucky tonight. Some clouds here and there. On I-71, rather, it's 67 degrees. Other than starting off tonight, leaving my coffee mug at the house, life is good. All right, great to have you all with us. I had, let's see, John checking in. Greetings from Southern Illinois, where it's 65 degrees in Mount Carmel, Illinois. I think John runs a lawn care service. Foshie Lawn Care Services there. Good to have you on board with us. LaPorte, Indiana, checking in. Good night, kids. Donna, hello from Milford, Ohio. Rochester, New York is on board. 62 degrees here tonight, clear. Yeah, humidity like 93%. All right. It is 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, one other quick heads up. It's one of our top headlines last evening on the program out of Colorado, where the transportation officials there are reminding you, the trucking community, to use approved detour routes during this extended closure of I-70 through Glenwood Canyon. Of course, last weekend, the rains triggered flash flooding, mudslides, shutting down both directions of I-70 through Glenwood Canyon. They're saying it will remain closed indefinitely is the word right now. There's drone footage they share. There's, lots of significant damage to that stretch of highway. So causing real headaches for many truck drivers as the DOT advises detouring onto I-80 through Wyoming. They are warning truckers do not attempt to use Independence Pass as an alternate route. No commercial motor vehicles or vehicles over 35 feet allowed. Delivery vehicles, RVs, and trailers should not use Independence Pass to bypass the closure. This is a very narrow, high mountain roadway with tight switchbacks and heavy tourist traffic. Now, in order to enforce the restrictions on Independence Pass, they tell us the DOT has stationed personnel at both ends to try and turn around any truck drivers who might attempt the route. By the way, the fine for trucks caught on Independence Pass is $1,000 plus the cost of towing fees to get you out of there. It's almost like if you get up there, if you get in there, you ain't getting out, right? According to the Colorado State Patrol. Do not attempt Independence Pass. You've been warned. Good morning to the Red Mule, first out of the box. Hey there.
How you doing, Steve? How's your tooth?
I'm hanging with them. It's not been too bad in recent days.
Yeah.
The antibiotic seems to be working, so the abscess isn't too bad. So
Good. Now, are you on painkillers too, or just antibiotic?
nah, they did give me some painkiller, and I'm just using them as needed, as they say. I took one yesterday in the morning, so I can go to bed, but not on anything right now.
Well, that's good. That's good. I got several items this morning, Steve, but I'm in the hills, so I may lose you here in a little bit. First thing, thanks for the update on that FBI entrapment deal. I hadn't heard about that, and I can't say that I'm surprised, disappointed maybe, but not surprised.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why the Steve Sommers show has a 99% credibility rating, because you don't hear that anywhere else. So, you still there, Doug?
Yeah, we got you. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Okay. Item number 2. Steve, I heard them talking about this transportation bill, and they say something about local, and I heard it, and there's funding for. You there, Doug?
Yeah, you were breaking up there. You're talking about the transportation bill, or the infrastructure bill has what in it?
It has. They kept calling it woke trucking, and then they elaborated on that and said something about studies why there aren't more women in trucking or something like that. Had you heard that?
That I had not heard. I know that there's a bunch of crazy things. I've got one here that has nothing to do with infrastructure. But I'll share that. There ain't no telling what's going to be buried in this thing. It's 2,700 pages.
Yeah, and guys that claim they've read it, I've got my doubts about that, seriously. So let me hit a couple of other items, Steve, before I lose you here. You're talking about maybe changing your mind on the vaccine. Let me bring up, John Maynard Keynes was a noted economist back in the 40s or 50s, whatever, and he made some statements, and then a few years later, he changed his opinion on it. Somebody was writing him about it. And his reply to them was, when the facts change, I change my opinion. I think maybe that's good advice. I just don't know if the facts have changed here on this vaccine situation. So what do you think?
That's why I'm kind of on the fence. I still have my hesitancy. What really kind of gets to you is when you see people that like Facebook friends posting about, I lost some dear friends and they were only in their 40s, and the husband and wife both. I mean, I guess people are still dying, and I don't know. That's why I'm on the fence.
Well, I'm with you on that. I've got 3 main places I pick up now, and 2 of them still require masks. And I've been anticipating that they were going to require that I get the vaccine. And if they do, Steve, I'll probably do it. These people treat me good, and I try to be courteous and respectful to them when I go in there. So if it comes down to that, I'll probably go ahead and do it. I'm not looking forward to it, but I'll probably go ahead and do it.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, the other thing, I guess horse feathers kind of put the fear of Barack Obama last night. Did you hear that he's canceled his big birthday party?
No, really? I did not see that.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of maybe, horse feathers talking about that. He might have thought his party was going to get crashed by a couple of thousand truckers, and so he canceled the thing out. I don't know. But, Steve, on a serious note, I don't know if you've touched on this. And we talk about conspiracies on this show, and I guess I'm going to introduce a new one here tonight. Have you touched on the fact that the big boys in Wall Street are buying a lot of private homes in America? Have you seen any of those reports on that?
To date, I have not seen it.
Okay, I've got a link on that somewhere. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. And I don't know if you can Google, I don't remember if it's Blackstone. I think it's BlackRock. And 2 or 3 of these other outfits are buying a lot of single-family homes in America and renting them out. And there's been some talk about that's part of the thing that's driving up house prices. And the conspiracy I want to introduce, you did hear that the CDC or Obama or Biden or whoever have gone in there and extended this moratorium that they can't kick the renters out. You caught that?
Yep.
Okay, my conspiracy is that they're doing that so that these guys, a small person that's got 2 or 3 houses that they're renting out, are going to get foreclosed on. And then these big guys from Washington or from Wall Street will come in there and pick up those houses for pennies on the dollar. So I don't know. Google that, Steve, and see if you can find anything about it. I think it was Blackstone buying private houses or something like that.
Okay.
There's some pretty good articles about that. So, Steve, I'm going to lose you here in a little bit. If I get time, I'll call you back on a couple other things later.
All right. Thank you very much. Be safe, Red Mule. And we got to get our news break in here anyway. Perfect timing there. Bottom of the hour right there. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
4 prosecutors in New York have opened investigations into Governor Andrew Cuomo to see if any of the criminal misconduct revealed in an independent panel's report took place in their jurisdictions. District attorneys in Westchester and Nassau counties and Manhattan have requested materials from the panel, which found Governor Cuomo had sexually harassed 11 women, including employees. The governor has denied the allegations in the report. Cuomo has faced calls to resign from office from a growing number of fellow Democrats, including President Biden, but he's made no indication that he'll take that step. And nearly all foreign visitors to the United States may soon need to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. The White House is considering the requirement as part of a plan to reopen travel into the country for foreign travelers, as it faces pressure from airlines and allies to lift travel restrictions. The administration has not laid out a timeline for announcing or implementing that rule change. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those 3 diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those 3 diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. It's sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you very much. Good to have you with us. Thursday coming on here. There you go. Okay, Red Mule, answer your question. From the Wall Street Journal, of course, you got to have a subscription to get the full story, right? More and more websites got to pay annual fees. But the headline, Blackstone Group Incorporated has agreed to buy a company that buys and rents single-family homes in a $6 billion deal, which this says a sign that Wall Street believes the housing market's going to stay hot. The investment firm confirmed that they've reached a deal to acquire Home Partners of America Incorporated, which owns more than 17,000 homes throughout the country. Home Partners buys homes, rents them out, and offers the tenants the chance to eventually buy. U.S. home sales soared last year at the fastest pace in like 14 years, with low mortgage rates and the rise of remote work during the pandemic, since buyers scrambling to find larger living spaces. Because a lot of that had to do with, well, I need another bedroom or another office to work at a home. The lack of homes for sale relative to demand and record housing prices have slowed the pace of home sales in recent months, but on a historic basis, the market remains red hot. Analysts say demand from millennials entering their prime home buying years is expected to fuel demand for years to come. Again, that's all I can get through via the Wall Street Journal. And the other thing you mentioned, Obama's birthday bash. It's been getting a lot of negative publicity. They're supposed to, initially they were going to have 600 people or something? Big 60th birthday to do. According to, this is an affiliate out of Boston. Everybody's covering it, yep. It's not totally canceled. It is, quote, significantly scaled back this weekend on Martha's Vineyard. Hundreds were expected to attend, including Hollywood stars, Obama administration officials, Democrat donors. Some invitees had already arrived on the island, according to the Times, just days after Biden admitted that the pandemic has resurged. Recent trends led to a last-minute change of plans due to the new spread of the Delta variant over the past week. The president and Mrs. Obama have decided to significantly scale back the event to include only family and close friends. President Obama is appreciative of others sending their birthday wishes from afar and looks forward to seeing people soon, according to a spokesperson for Obama this past morning. That after internal documents surfaced from the Centers for Disease Control that shows the Delta variant is as contagious as chickenpox and maybe more dangerous than other versions. Health officials are now considering changing advice on how the nation fights coronavirus. Governor Baker on Tuesday called the gathering a bad idea as COVID continues to rise. Baker was asked about reports that the president, 44th president, was planning to host a big birthday bash for himself with nearly 700 guests and staff at his family's property on Martha's Vineyard. It was supposed to be held outdoors in accordance with public health guidelines. All invitees were reportedly being required to present a negative COVID test before being allowed in. So no vaccine mandate to attend, just got to have a negative COVID test. Interesting. So let's get back to the calls. Looks like that would be a voice we have not heard in a while. Rhonda?
What are you doing, Steve?
Well, how you been? It's been quite some time I think, according to what I see on my screen, the last we heard from you was April the 8th.
And I've only worked 4 days since the middle of April, and it took me 4 days to get from Toledo to Philly and then back to Toledo again. And that was about the second week of May, and they sent me home on FMLA. And they're trying to figure out why right now my heart's only pumping 25% of blood, where yours pumps 50 every time it beats, and what normal people do, and mine was only pumping 25.
Oh, so you've been kind of bad ill.
Yeah. The first time they took blood, it clotted. They couldn't even test it.
Wow.
Well, thinking like a truck driver, I'm thinking, well, you can't pump sludge through a small pipe.
Yeah.
So, but they've been, I just had a heart echocardiogram done Tuesday, and I see the cardiologist today, and they did a heart cath on the 30th of June, and they didn't find anything even bad enough to put stents in. So, but I'm working on that. I haven't been up this time of night.
They've checked for COVID, right? Because, I mean, clotting is supposedly one of those issues with COVID.
Twice I've been swabbed up in my brain cavity.
Mm-hmm.
They did it before they did the heart cath. They did it when they sent me to the ER in April. But even if they ask you if you've been tested, you tell them, yeah, I have been tested. I'm negative. It doesn't make any difference. They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to have their results before you have a medical procedure or surgery or anything. But the one thing about the United States I'm not particularly finding humorous, but I'm finding a big fat I told you so with all these electronic parts that they can't get to keep the trucks and the cars and the pickups and the SUVs. I know you guys have probably discussed it sitting all over the country because they can only build them so far and they can't get the get electronics.
Yes, absolutely.
They wouldn't have this problem. Henry Ford didn't have this problem. They didn't have electronics, but Henry did everything from beginning to end when he started manufacturing in Detroit.
Yeah.
So Dearborn, where the Ford plant was. But yeah, they're kind of getting spanked. I talked to our guys, and we've got several guys sitting out there on the road, broke down, waiting on a depth sensor that they can't seem to get. So I called them the other day and said, well, if you want to take one off my truck, I don't know when I'm coming back. Because one time when I was off, they took my LT600, they took my drive line out and put it in another truck because my truck was in the shop, and I didn't need it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't care. Put it back in when I come back to work. So, but they told them if they wanted the sensor out of mine, if they needed it, but they said it was all Kenworth's that they're having trouble with.
Interesting.
Yeah, so, but it's all electronics. If we didn't, I think, I don't know if it's China or Japan that makes, probably China that makes all of it. You want to bring the U.S. to their knees, cut out their electronics. So, I'm plugging away at getting back. Hopefully I'll know something today when I go to the cardiologist. So, but I wanted to say hi to everybody.
Yeah,
and I'm still making noise. You can tell that, can't you?
Yeah, you can. Well, you can tell you sound like you're kind of exhausted. I guess that would make sense. You ain't getting enough blood, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I've got me I call her a 66 pound of fluff that I got from the dog pound in March. And that keeps me busy too. She's going with me in the semi, so when I go back. And I got stairs from Amazon so she can crawl up and down the steps to get in and out of the truck because I ain't picking her up and I don't want her jumping and breaking a leg. So, because she'd do it. She's fearless. Her name's Mia.
Mm-hmm.
So, she's laying over there with one ear cocked up going, Mom, it's 12:45. Shut up. So, that's what she's telling me, not you. So, but I just want to check in. So, you guys take care. Be careful. And I was looking at the map of Grand Canyon, where my slide was. And I was trying to figure out, because I used to have to take Route 6, our Route 6 that goes across the top of Ohio, around the Eisenhower Tunnel with hazmat. And I've reloaded out a rifle, the exit that they're opening it up on the west side. I've gotten my backhaul out a rifle. But I didn't see where they were using anybody on the Route 6 around the Eisenhower. They want them to go 80, and then they had some 2-lane detours posted. So, but all right. Well, I try to keep up, reading at least your Facebook stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, good to hear from you. Best wishes. Get well soon. I hope they figure out what the heck's going on.
Yeah, me too. They're only doing it with meds now. So, but all right. Hey, everybody. Dirty side down. I'll talk to you later on this night.
All right. There you go.
Bye.
Thank you much, Rhonda. Okay. Yeah, that's not a good thing. It is 844-844-3388. Return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, talking to Red Mule about things in the infrastructure bill here a little bit ago. Said I had one item that I pulled up that I said, what does this have to do with infrastructure? And nothing that I can see. The bipartisan infrastructure bill includes a provision that would require automobile manufacturers to equip advanced alcohol monitoring systems in all new cars. Buried in the massive proposal, which is already longer than 2,700 pages, is a section entitled Advanced Impaired Driving Technology, which mandates new vehicles include a system that passively and accurately detects whether the blood alcohol concentration of a driver of the vehicle is equal to or greater than the blood alcohol concentration of 0.08. In which case the system would prevent or limit vehicle operation. Manufacturers would be given a 3-year grace period to comply with the new regulation. The provision gives ammunition to Republican critics who say the scope of this bill expands way beyond bridges and tunnels. Josh Hawley of Missouri said he would oppose the bill over its subsidies for green energy. Mike Lee of Utah questioned whether the federal government could efficiently allocate more than $1 trillion in spending. Meanwhile, there are House Democrats that oppose the deal because it doesn't go far enough. AOC attacked her party mates in the Senate for compromising with Republicans. Now, it certainly looks like this opens the door for mandatory breathalyzers in every new car. One senior Republican said it's crazy. Now, he questioned anonymity to speak candidly due to the ongoing negotiations in the Senate. Although the exact type of alcohol monitored the bill would require is not clear at this point, passive alcohol sensors are described in a report by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. That group recommends driver monitoring systems touch-based systems that can read your blood alcohol concentration through your fingertips. And then there's air sampling systems that can test and isolate just the air exhaled by the driver, again, according to MAD. MAD is praising Senate negotiators for using the infrastructure bill as a vehicle to get this passed. This would be the most significant legislative push in years. We can't wait any longer to establish a standard for impaired driving prevention technology to be deployed in new vehicles. This legislation may very well mark the beginning of the end for drunk driving. That was the statement again from MAD. But meanwhile, as big as the bill is right now, the update from our friends at OOIDA this past day says hundreds of amendments have created another hurdle for the infrastructure package. It may be voted on as early as this weekend. Nearly 300 amendments were introduced on Tuesday. Chuck Schumer said he pledges to delay the chamber's August recess until this bill passes. Okay, so it's supposed to be bridges, airports, electric vehicle charging stations, internet, water systems, blah, blah, blah. About $110 billion would actually go to roads and bridges. So when you're talking a $1.5 trillion bill, or in excess of $1 trillion, 1.2, whatever it is, you're getting $110 billion to roads and bridges. There's a lot of projects that have nothing to do with infrastructure. Although the abundance of proposed amendments has slowed down the pace, it still appears poised to pass the Senate. This will need 60 votes to pass. Now, OOIDA favors the Senate version of the bill because it does not include the poison pill measure about increasing minimum insurance requirements to $2 million. To improve the bill, they would like to see them add $1 billion for truck parking. Of course, we've been talking the last several nights. They've sent out the call to action, asking truckers to reach out to your respective senator to see if they can get something added in. That would be in the form of an amendment, right? Like one of the 300. Now, several of the proposed amendments, that 300, do involve trucking. One would remove a pilot program for 18 to 20-year-olds in interstate commerce. Another would lower the interstate driving age to 18. Other amendments would equip trucks with a universal identifier, remove a national mileage tax pilot program from the bill, and waive vehicle weight limits for certain logging vehicles. Now, they do say none of the aforementioned amendments appear likely that they're actually going to make it into the bill. But in every one of those bills, you got to get a thumbs up, thumbs down, yay, nay, all that. So it takes time. The 300 additional amendments. How many more pages can we add to that? It may be over a 3,000-page bill by the time we're done. All right, roll it toward top of the hour where we'll get our news update. First of all, hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me on here this morning, Your Honor. Happy Thursday, I guess. So, hey, if I knew I had that much control over top of former President Obama to make him scale back his birthday party, I tell you what, I would have been saying a whole lot more stuff on the radio there from, 2008 to 2016 there.
I hear you.
I didn't realize I had that much influence over him. How come you didn't tell me that? Somebody should have been smart enough to know I was doing that. But anyways, so yesterday I had to go battle a treadmill there for my every other year deal that I have to do, and I tell you what, is an itching chest, is that any symptom of COVID at all? Does an itching chest have anything to do with COVID? Have you heard that at all?
I can't say that I have, no. Mm-mm.
Well, that's good, because it must just be the fact that the technician there that ran my stress test there, she she shaved the hair off my chest hair because I had to have 7 of those lead monitor things there, sticky things put on my chest there so they could attach to wires. I guess it's where those were that's making me itch this morning. But I tell you what, that's brutal. So, but anyway, yeah, we went and battled, and I guess we left each other peacefully because we both survived the 14-minute ordeal. And but I got a question for you. Now, the previous times I've been on that treadmill to do the stress test to satisfy our FCSMA, YMCA.
Right.
How's that go with monkey gouger? I always forget. But anyways, I've had over 14 minutes in there, and this time when I get there, the Allison there, the nice technician that ran the test for me, she's like, "Okay, here's the mask you wear when you're doing it." I looked at her and I said, "You want me to do what?" I said, "Our Olympic athletes that are over there in Japan in the 2020 Olympics don't even wear masks." She says, "Well, you're in a hospital situation and you have to wear a mask while you're doing this." So I got just barely 14 minutes, just like 14 minutes and 6 seconds or 8 seconds or something. And the other 2 times I've been over 14 minutes by like 14 and a half or 14, 40, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you remember when Roger Maris broke Babe Ruth's, the home run record for the season record, and he got an asterisk next to his name because they had more games in the season than when Babe Ruth did it there. Do I get to get an asterisk next to my, stress test this year? Because I had to wear a mask and I was trying to breathe through that thing at the end. And I tell you what, there was probably half a gallon of water from the humidity of my breathing that was in that mask that I'm trying to suck air through and push air out of. And
wow.
I'll tell you what, that didn't end up being a lot of fun there, so I don't know. It just, I don't know what they're making people do, but anyways, after that, I had to go and take my smartphone back to the smartphone people, otherwise known as Apple, and you had to have it inspected to get the insurance put on it there because I got told it had to have insurance by the high up mucky muck people that are more in charge of my phone than I am, also known as my wife. And so anyways, I get there for a 1 o'clock appointment. I'm there at about 12 o'clock, 10 after, and they check me in and tell me to go stand by a table. And before that, I walk in, and of course, I'm not wearing a mask because we're not required to wear a mask in Maryland. And I walk into the store, and the dude there at the front of the store, he hands me a mask. And I said, well, I guess I'm wearing a mask in the store. So I put their mask on. And I figure if you go somewhere and they want you to wear a mask, then they better be providing you with one. That's my theory behind this now. If I go somewhere and that business or, whoever I'm going to wants me to have a mask on in their establishment, then they need to supply me with one. I'm not carrying my own there. And you hand me a brand new one in a nice plastic wrapper, and I'll be courteous enough to wear that. But I'm not doing that.
I hate to tell you, the list is growing every day more. I think Home Depot announcing yesterday they're going back to requesting people mask up. I think Walmart is encouraging shoppers. I don't think they're saying it's mandatory yet, but again, highly encouraging. Yeah, everywhere you turn, it's going back to mask up. Meanwhile, we've got to get our top of the hour news break in here. We'll return after this. Good to have you with us as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
4 prosecutors in New York have opened investigations into Governor Andrew Cuomo to see if any of the criminal misconduct revealed in an independent panel's report took place in their jurisdictions. District attorneys in Westchester and Nassau counties and Manhattan have requested materials from the panel, which found Governor Cuomo had sexually harassed 11 women, including employees. The governor has denied the allegations in the report. Cuomo has faced calls to resign from office from a growing number of fellow Democrats, including President Biden, but he's made no indication that he'll take that step. And nearly all foreign visitors to the United States may soon need to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. The White House is considering the requirement as part of a plan to reopen travel into the country for foreign travelers, as it faces pressure from airlines and allies to lift travel restrictions. The administration has not laid out a timeline for announcing or implementing that rule change. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Chief White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci has warned about what he's called a smoldering outbreak of COVID infections among those who are unvaccinated. Earlier this week, the U.S. met the goal of 70% of American adults receiving at least one dose of vaccine, with just over 50% fully vaccinated. Dr. Elizabeth Claiborne is an adjunct professor of emergency medicine at the University of Maryland School of Medicine and tells CBS News that we may not be able to fully control the coronavirus, as she sees an uptick of COVID cases.
I certainly think that is a very real threat that will have an ongoing kind of concern for COVID that will stretch several months from now and never fully resolve or reach this quote unquote herd immunity, because we will not get our vaccination percentage high enough to provide protection and kind of stomp out COVID altogether. Currently, what we see in Maryland, a state that I must say is actually doing very well compared to other places in the country, we have one of the lowest case positivity rates and one of the highest vaccination rates. I still have seen in the last couple of weeks an uptick in COVID positive patients.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listeners special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Federal officials have begun sending agents from U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement to the southern border to help relieve overcrowded Border Patrol stations. The move coming after reports over the weekend that some Border Patrol facilities were holding more than 5 times the number of people they were designed for. Former acting ICE Director Tom Holman says the White House is calling in ICE to improve optics, not to deal with the surge. He tells Fox News that he at least hopes more Border Patrol agents can now get back into the field.
They're sending reinforcements to process people quicker so you don't see the overcrowding. Remember, President Biden and the Vice President were bragging how they made a lot of progress because people aren't in Border Patrol custody. There's no overcrowding in Border Patrol facilities. That's just because they process people quickly and release them quickly. But that drone video hurt. So they're more concerned with the optics of this crisis. They're going to send reinforcements down there. Nothing to slow the flow. Nothing to enforce law. Just process it and release quickly so it doesn't appear to be a crisis. Now, I applaud them for doing this because hopefully that will mean more Border Patrol agents get back to the line quicker and actually do their mission. So there's a positive to this, but they're doing it for the wrong reasons. Absolutely wrong reasons.
And the U.S. women's beach volleyball pairing of April Ross and Alex Kleinman will play for gold after defeating the Swiss pair of Joanna Heidrich and Anouk Verge-Depré in straight sets. They await the winner of the other semifinal of Australia versus Latvia for Thursday's gold medal game. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, we left off there talking about going back to wearing masks. The headline, NASCAR. NASCAR is going back to requiring masks in enclosed areas regardless of vaccination status. Issued a press release this past day. The policy begins this weekend at Watkins Glen in New York. NASCAR press release said the mask mandate will apply to areas including haulers, the media center, restrooms, the infield care center, race control, and suites. Consulted physicians advised NASCAR, which also used the recent medical guidance in making their decision. Of course, it was the CDC last Wednesday that made that call, right? Back to the masks. NASCAR said masks will not be required when outdoors, provided individuals refrain from sustained close contact. We ask that media avoid close contact with fellow reporters and competitors as much as possible during pre-race, post-race, care center media engagements. Now, they started a phased reduction in protocols back in early June, while also encouraging people to get vaccinated. Sanctioning body has not mandated vaccinations among competitors at this point. All right, there's step by step. Everything going back that direction. I think Kroger's announced they're also highly encouraging is the word. Everyone's, at least initially saying, please put on a mask. But they're not yet to the point of mandating. You have to have a mask to enter the store. But I see it coming back.
Yeah, I'm thinking it is too. So, as I say, I'm not opposed to it, but at this point, my thought is I'm not carrying around my old dirty thing in my pocket that hangs on my sun visor and all that. I'm just gonna, if you want me to put one on, then you should be handing me one when I'm coming in the door. Have a box of them there waiting for me when I'm coming in. I'll pick one up and use one and have a trash can there, and I'll dispose of it when I'm leaving. So, but anyways, I don't know. He had a couple other little things. I guess I'll bring a couple. Maybe I'll call in back a little later. But I did have a question for Knucklebuster.
Okay.
Knucklebuster, he's from down south there, and he always talks about Mama Knucklebuster and the control she has and everything. Do you think there's any possibility that Mama Knucklebuster could be Marie Laveau? Remember the song Marie Laveau?
Another man done gone.
There you go. So if not, maybe Knucklebuster could sing a little bit for us there. Put him on the spot there to do some of the sing along practice for the 5 hours with horse feathers there. What do you think?
Yeah, the hard part of that song is that shriek when she shrieks.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But that makes another man done gone. So, anyways, hey, with that, we'll go 10-10 on the side until we catch you a little later.
All right, there you go. Well, the dog days of summer still ongoing. Heat waves across the country, mild, muggy summer nights, but a shift in the weather is right around the corner as the northern hemisphere heads toward the fall season. I know, it's too early to start thinking about this. Autumn will officially begin with the equinox September 22nd. And it features more than just a change in the weather. The new season brings about a flurry of fall festivals, the return of football, the ever-popular leaf peeping. Folks flock to the forest to see the transformation of the beautiful tapestry of color. Anyone planning to partake in the variety of fall activities needs to check the weather first, as Mother Nature can turn a trip to the pumpkin patch into a damp, drizzly outing. Overall patterns are expected in the upcoming season, can help make their plans. So they released their fall forecast, the long-range prognostication. They've been analyzing the weather patterns, various computer models looking back over past years. They put together their seasonal outlook. Senior meteorologist Paul Pastlock leads the team, and he's kind of helping break down what folks can expect, ranging from the first frost in the Northeast and the Midwest, the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season, what's going on with the widespread drought and wildfire concerns out west. One of the bigger factors that is going to influence the country as a whole this fall is becoming a more familiar term, La Nina. When the waters near the equator of the Pacific are cooler than normal, altering weather patterns thousands of miles away, including across the United States. This is the second fall in a row that La Nina has played a role in the seasonal outlook. Not only is a La Nina expected to develop, but it may also do so early on in the season for the second year in a row. That may smell bad news for some. We usually see La Nina come on about late fall to the winter season on average. This year, it looks like it's going to come in early like it did last year. That would signal another above-average hurricane season, as well as some other high-impact weather events along the lower 48. All right. They break it down region by region. Maybe we'll get into some of that. The warmer air lingers a bit longer in the Northeast and the Midwest with the La Nina development. The tropics remain active, but shifts the focus a little bit. Big changes coming for the plains, the Rockies, come mid-fall. Yeah, we'll get more into that coming up here in a bit. Meanwhile, let's get back to your calls. Hello, Eagle. Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing?
What's going on?
Okay. Yeah. I just want to make one quick comment, Steve, before I get started. Okay, I'm not going to say what I really want to say because I know that you're friends with that guy, and I respect you and your radio program. And I just want the guy. I'm just going to ask the guy just to keep my name out of his conversation when he calls into your show, because I've never mentioned this guy's name in none of my phone calls with you. You know, I have a right to switch up my conversation on things that I talk about, whether the vaccine or anything else, whether he thinks so or not, and he knows who I'm talking to. So now, that being said, let me start on this, Steve. This situation with the coronavirus. Like I tell you every day, Steve, got some late breaking news again today, just like yesterday. Now they saying that the military is going to require all individuals to receive the vaccine or find another line of work. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, the Pentagon is looking how they can get around the emergency use authorization to go ahead and force all personnel to get it. Yeah,
that's what I was being told today as when I was looking at television, that the military is going to be mandating this vaccine. Also, they said other things about the vaccine today is very interesting. That Joe Biden has said that he's tried to insult Steve. As a matter of fact, let me speak on this guy right quick. When it comes to the president for 2024, for the Republican nominee. I got this guy here. If Donald Trump, he's my man for 2024. But if he decides he doesn't want to run, I know a guy who definitely should step to the forefront, and that's the governor of the state of Florida, brother. This guy here, he let good old Joe Biden have it right. He kicked the foot right up his rear end today. He said what I've been saying and what other people have been saying for the last couple of days, Steve, and it needed to be said. You know, this guy Joe Biden has the nerve to blame the American people for the spread of this deadly virus in America when he's bringing in all these people south of the border. And that's exactly what the governor of Florida said. Yep. And I'm glad he said it, because Joe Biden is completely out of line when he's blaming the American people for spreading this virus. Every time I hear this loser say that on television, it makes me mad, because this guy here, he can't be that blind, Steve, like I asked you the question last night. But like I say, it's just a question. We all know that it's being done on purpose, the opening up to these borders up to these individuals. Steve, I even heard some even more concerning news about that today, Steve. You might have some of these numbers. I can't remember all these numbers, but they were saying down in they had an accident too that I'm gonna update you on. But they said that a lot of these people that are coming in from the south of the border, they did a study on how many people had tested positive for the virus, and the number is ridiculous for them to turn these people loose in America. And one other guy, he had said the thing. Joe Biden, like I said, he better hope that the Republicans don't take over in 2022. He better hope they don't get the majority, because good old Joe Biden could be riding right out of the White House in an impeachment deal. Because what he's doing, Steve, just like Mark Levin said, is you're supposed to protect the American people, the American people's best interest. And if you call bringing in people south of the border with a virus that can kill somebody, protecting American people, then you're dumbing these people, they're dumbing than I think they are. So it's simple as that. So Joe Biden better think real hard about the amount of individuals he's planning on shipping in this country the next couple of months, because he could cost him his job next year. And that's exactly what I'm hoping for, is that he'll be walking right out of the White House in 2022. And then they can bring in a real man to be president, the governor of Florida or the governor in Texas, where I live at. This is another guy, Steve, that put his foot down, and he needs to put his foot down even further in Texas by putting the military, National Guard, anything we got down on that border to keep these people out of the country, Steve, because this makes absolutely no sense. Every time I turn my radio on, I'm hearing even more devastating news about what's happening on the border, and it's just sickening at this point, Steve. Now, let me say this one last thing right quick about the other deal with good old Joe Biden. One more. It seems like every night it's the same thing. Same sad story. Same old sad story with this guy every day. Is, he's pushing the vaccine. Push. Do this, do that. But you know something, Steve? Remember I used to challenge you a couple of months ago about good old Kamala, and by the way, she still hasn't been seen either. But you know something, Steve? You would think that Joe Biden, he's the president of the United States of America, and he still hasn't been down to the southern border from California all the way to Texas. He still ain't been down there to check it out and see what's going on. But guess what? Donald Trump, he's not even president no more. He's not even in the White House. And Donald Trump has been down to the Texas border several times to check out what's going on, and he ain't even the president. And I'm speaking to the people directly, the ones that say that Joe Biden cares about the United States. The next time you think Joe Biden cares about the United States, ask yourself the last time he's been down to the southern border to find out what's really going on. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Thank you much, Eagle. You know what's even sadder for the governor there in Texas? He's doing virtually everything he can, but it's almost impossible to comprehend how the governor of a state is actually having to fight with the federal government trying to stop him enforcing the laws and keeping people illegally coming into the country out. They're trying to prevent Governor Abbott from doing his job. AKA, Texas Governor Abbott said he's ready to present evidence in court to reverse a federal judge's block on his executive order, allowing police to stop vehicles suspected of carrying illegals from the border into the state without legal permission. The court's recent order is temporary and based on limited evidence. According to the governor's office, we're looking to provide the court with the evidence to support this executive order to protect the people of this state. The Biden administration knowingly and willfully is releasing COVID-19 positive migrants into Texas, risking the potential exposure and infection of Texas residents. Governor's executive order tried to prevent the Biden administration from spreading COVID into Texas and protect the health and safety. That response after the U.S. District Judge issued a temporary restraining order on his executive order that empowered the Department of Public Safety to stop vehicles, any vehicle that has a reasonable suspicion of carrying illegals who cross the border further into the state. This is to try and prevent the immigrants who enter the country illegally while carrying COVID-19 from infecting Texans, especially as the Delta variant of the disease is surging. Actually having to fight with the feds to try to prevent these people from coming on into the heart of the country. You can't make this stuff up. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, going back to Rhonda's call there earlier. Yeah, Mike asked a good question. I asked her if they had tested her for COVID, which obviously, yes, they have, more than once. Mike said, hey, ask her if she actually got the shot. She may be one of those that are experiencing the negative side effects. The whole, the blood clot thing wasn't it the Johnson & Johnson that was the one that they've actually got the warning on the label now? The paperwork you signed and warning you that you could experience these clotting issues. I didn't get your email till just a moment ago, so I wish I would have asked her that, but that is a good question. Let me see, a couple of others checking in here. Let me flip back over. Stickman cruising through Mobile, Alabama this morning. Hello from Austinburg, Ohio. That's Matthew checking in. Rambler is listening, checking in tonight from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. I've been listening, just haven't checked in as of late. I'm going to give you a call later with an update on dirty diapers. But I want to shout out to everybody in the Overnight Drive Nation. All right, thank you, Rambler. We'll look forward to that call. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Let's see, several others. Hello, Steve. Rolling 81 south in Virginia for the next hour. Then I'm going to give the pillow a visit. That's from our friend Mark in Tombstone. Hey, Mark, I think that's the first I've seen of him back with us. Yeah, he used to email me on a pretty regular basis. Good. I'm glad you found us, Mark. They're in Tombstone. Hello to Cliff, checking in this morning. Kelly's on the line there. Let's see. Kelly says, finally started to mess with Facebook. I'm probably 20 years late to the party. Last time I played online, AOL was a new thing. Wow, you're right. You're way behind the curve getting started 20 years later. AOL, that's long gone, isn't it? Well, good to have you with us, Kelly. It is 844-844-3388. Double R, got you coming up here. We'll get to Knucklebuster. Somebody wanted to talk about Obama's birthday party and several others. First, we got to get our news break in here, bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Nearly all foreign visitors to the U.S. may soon need to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. The White House is considering the requirement as part of a plan to reopen travel into the country for foreign travelers, as it faces pressure from airlines and allies to lift travel restrictions. The administration has not yet laid out a timeline for announcing or implementing the rule change. And a group of landlords late Wednesday challenged the CDC's latest moratorium on evictions, days after the initial ban had expired. The Alabama Association of Realtors asked a federal judge in Washington to lift the CDC's order, calling it unlawful and saying it was enacted to bow to political pressure. The group had been successful in their previous challenge to an eviction ban, having it declared unlawful back in May. Tuesday's order applies to areas of the country where there are substantial or high COVID transmission rates, currently about 82% of counties. You're listening to USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, back at it here. Morning from Buster Brown, checking in from Big Sky Vacation. Lower 50s, kind of smoky out here. Yeah, blessings to Rhonda. Rebounding back to the road once again. Marlene checking in from Bordentown, New Jersey, looking for Hollywood's hamsters. LOL. 63 degrees. 58 is the dew point, so that's a very cool night you got there in Bordentown. Good to have you with us. Richard checking in from Central Florida, 75 degrees there. Wishing Steve and everybody a great day. And let's see, Scuba Steve checking in from St. Mary's, Georgia, headed to West Columbia, South Carolina, 78 degrees, kind of drizzly, COVID-free, vaccine-free since February of 2020. Personal choice, always. Have a great show. All right, Scuba Steve, thank you for checking in. What's happening with Double R this morning? Hey there.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Can't complain. Staying out of trouble.
Don't. That's good. That's good. So, hey, Steve, we went to Walmart yesterday. I'm up here in Michigan. We're on our way to Irvine, California. Got to be there Friday morning. And we ain't going to make it because I've been sitting here on the side of the interstate for 4 hours waiting on a tire man. But anyhow, we went shopping yesterday. Me and Anita, we went to Walmart up here and, get our weekly groceries and stuff because we're going to Pebble Beach. And they got a big event. They do. Anyhow, we did all of our shopping. We got ready to check out. And is there any stores down there that you know of in Cincinnati that does not have regular register, cash registers that is all self-checkout?
I'm not.
You guys have that down there yet?
I mean, there's typically there's only like one line available at each end of the store with the cashier, and the rest are the self-checkout. I don't know of any that don't have anything but self-checkout though.
Well, I guess that's the thing that they're starting to do now, but it kind of PO'd Anita off, It's funny because I bet we had $300 worth of damn groceries.
Oh, you had to check it all out yourself?
No, hell no. Anita looked around and said, where's the register? She said, I'm not self-checking this. They don't give me a discount on food, and they don't pay me to bag this stuff. So we turned around, just left our cart there and walked out.
Wow.
We went to another store. Yeah. I mean, the whole damn store was just self-checkout. And I didn't know. Somebody was telling me that's the thing of the future. I don't know. But also, have you heard anything about I heard it was the Democrats as well as the Republicans are pretty PO'd with Kamala Harris that they're going to try to get her out of office because she's not doing her job. They're saying that she's not doing her job. Have you heard anything about that?
I know there's a buzz. You're right. There's buzz on both sides of the aisle, but I mean, she's almost like non-existent. I don't see anything.
Yeah.
I mean, last I saw anything of her was when she went down there for the photo op in Texas there, 1,000 miles away from where the real problem was. And of course, what has she done since then? What's she done to address the border? She's in charge of trying to rectify what's going on down there, and absolutely nothing.
Absolutely.
Nope.
Right. Where'd she go? El Paso or
yeah.
El Paso.
It's like dereliction of duty, right?
Yeah. And then one more thing here real quick. I guess you probably heard this on your tonight's news that good old New York, what's it, Cuomo or Kumi or whatever his name is.
Cuomo, yeah.
We were getting ready. Yeah, we were getting ready to. It's going to affect drivers that have anything to do with these trade shows, but we got the New York Auto Show going in that was supposed to go in. That's a big event, for a lot of the car haulers and your trade transporters, stuff like that. But he come out and they have canceled the New York Auto Show due to the COVID.
Really?
I guess he's going back to...
Wow.
Yes, sir. You should have it on there, but I guess they're doing the mask thing. He was saying there for a while that if you can't show proof that you're not vaccinated, you're not allowed to go into any of the businesses, restaurants, etc. And then they come out with this thing where they canceled the New York Auto Show.
Wow, that's big. That's
so
we're going backwards. Double R backwards.
Yes, and I think a lot of people are going back. A lot of the and I might get bit at, but I don't care. But a lot of your Democratic governors are going backwards. And I hate to put it that way, but it's the God's honest truth. But anyhow, how you been? Doing all right?
Everything going well on this end, yes, sir.
Well, that's cool. I'm sorry we haven't called you. Nita and I have been. I've got a whole trailer load of clay models that I have to take out to California, out to Irvine, California, and then we got to load some different clay models up and head to Pebble Beach, and we'll be sitting at Pebble Beach for a week. So, anyhow, yeah, I just wanted to call you and say hello and see how you been. I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah. So you said
you're up. You might as well call them.
You say those clay models. They use those to put in like the wind tunnels and whatnot to see aerodynamics and all that stuff.
Well, these clay models that I got on here, they'll probably go on display. They'll put them in a tent that has that's blowing cool air in it,
Yeah. Very interesting. All right. Well, Double, I don't know if he lost his cell or what, but boom, gone. Yeah, I pulled that up. Plans for the New York Auto Show in person have come to a screeching halt. Organizers citing the growing incidence of the Delta variant and increased measures announced recently by state and local officials to stop the spread. The CBS affiliate said on the big electronic billboard outside of the Javits Center, the ad for the New York International Auto Show is still running, but you can now add the word canceled. The brakes were put on an event that was supposed to begin August 20th, with show organizers saying, blame it on the growing spread of the Delta variant and the restrictions that were announced by Bloomberg, or what's his name? Not Bloomberg. Yeah, the mayor there. It's not Cuomo. Cuomo's the governor. Yeah, you got the mayor that announced these new, you can't go inside restaurants and bars. And, technically it's not supposed to, that wasn't supposed to kick in, I don't think, till somewhere toward the end of the month. And then they weren't going to actually start enforcing it till sometime in September. But I think they could have managed some sort of a workaround to make it happen, but they didn't. De Blasio, that's the name I was trying to think of. Yeah, de Blasio's new mandate that you have to have proof of vaccination to go into all bars, restaurants, gyms, movie theaters, and obviously the auto show would have been a part of that. And it says there, it officially starts next month. Okay. Let me get back to the calls here, and Knucklebuster, there he is, live and in Technicolor.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I want to give a belated happy birthday to Mr. Tom Brady from yesterday. He got a custom bottle of tequila for his birthday. He's invested in that company, and they made him a big old bottle of tequila with his picture on the front of it. I guess they're going to sell it and stuff too. So, I guess that's all part of the lifestyle of the rich and famous, right? Mm-hmm. People make stuff about you. Do you know who Princess Eugenie is?
I do not.
Well, she's a daughter of, what's his name? Prince Andrew and Sarah Ferguson. Okay. I know you've heard them names there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I love the lifestyles of the rich and famous. One of the scantily clad women who was photographed enjoying an afternoon cruise in Capri over the weekend with Princess Eugenie's husband. His name is Jack Brolson or something like that. Model Erica Pelosini, I guess. It almost spells it like Nancy's name, but thank God she's lot better looking than Nancy. And she got caught with her britches. Oh, excuse me, I meant her top down there. She was going running around on that boat topless, and you know it wasn't no ski boat, Steve. It was one of them big cruises. She could have went to the cabin to change, but she said that she normally doesn't get naked in public. But the reason she was topless was her bikini got wet, see?
Oh.
Now, Bubba and Earl said that was a good enough reason for any woman to get naked, right?
I hear you.
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, down in Florida, a man, he crossed the barrier in the zoo there, and looking at that pretty little kitty cat. It was a jaguar, Steve. So he went in there and tried to pet it, and guess he got tore up big time there, right? Well, since Horse Feathers inquired about Mama Knucklebuster, I'm just curious. Mama Sommers was a redhead, right?
Indeed.
What's the color of her hair now?
It's turned a lot darker. It's there's a little hint of red. It's more brown now.
Okay. Well, I married a blonde. She dyed her hair red last night, Steve. And my first thought was, I ain't doing those wife swapping with Steve Summers. Marie Catherine Laveau was a Louisiana Creole practitioner of voodoo, herbalist, and midwife who was renowned in New Orleans. Her daughter, Marie Laveau II, also practiced root work, conjure, Native American and African spiritualism, as well as Louisiana voodoo. Well, just because I can't sing doesn't mean that I won't sing. Horse Feathers, you must be a glutton for punishment wanting to hear me sing. Well, here goes. Down in Louisiana where the black trees grow lives a voodoo lady named Marie Laveau. And that's all of my baloney for right now, Mr. Steve
You're
Summers.
supposed to go, another man done gone, right?
That's right.
Okay, I remember that song. Let me see here. Who sent me this one? From USA Today. At least 10 are dead, 20 others injured. An overloaded van crashing Wednesday, this past day, in a tiny town about 100 miles south of Corpus Christi, Texas. A little after 4 o'clock this past afternoon. Little town, like a town of 140 people. The Brooks County Sheriff said the van, designed to hold 15 passengers, obviously was double capacity. Top heavy, tipped over when the driver lost control on a curve. 29 suspected illegals on board. A witness reportedly saw a Ford van speeding along that highway when the driver tried making a turn and crashed into a utility pole. The driver and 9 passengers died at the scene. 20 people transported to area hospitals. The deceased identities were being withheld until relatives can be notified. How do you get a hold of your relatives down in Mexico or Honduras or Guatemala, wherever the hell they're from? Let's see. The Department of Public Safety said the death toll was initially announced as 11, but later revised. He also said the 20 who survived the initial crash all have serious and or critical injuries. I don't know where I wonder how far the nearest hospital was from that little tiny town. It's not the first time, but dying to get into this country. Right there, about 9 before the hour. We'll get back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, let me see here. Got an email from, who's that Scooter out there? Let me see. Oh, it's actually from David. He said, Steve, I just heard Double R say he was sitting on the side of the interstate. I was going west on 94 and passed a reliable truck on the shoulder. Curious if that was him. I guess now I know it was. Can you tell me what the weather's going to be Friday and Saturday in Chicago? The wife and I are going up there for the weekend. But I'll be out here all night, as always. Looking forward to another great show. All right, Dave, I think the weather in Chicago is supposed to be, we were talking about the temperatures warming back up. You may have some upper 80s, close to 90 degrees. Coming up here in the coming days for Chicago. I don't think there's any rain in the forecast. No, sir. All right, who's next up here? Someone wanting to talk about the Obama birthday party. Who we got?
This is Chris. Steve, how you doing?
Morning, Chris.
How's everything going with you?
Doing well, thank you.
Excellent. So I was listening in, and I listen in. I don't call in. This is my first time calling in on a new show. I just call in every so often when you were up in Kenwood. And, everybody's talking about how he's canceled and this was why he canceled and yada, yada, and this, that, and the third. But the same people who are saying that were all about President Trump having his rallies through the whole pandemic. I'm trying to figure that out. Help me figure that out.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You're saying that people that are saying that Obama should have canceled his birthday party thing didn't have a problem with Trump having rallies? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, you may be right to some extent on that. Yeah, that's Trump held he did hold the rallies right through the COVID crisis. Absolutely.
And all the listeners and everybody who's commented, because I've listened, like I say, for the longest, and they were all gun-ho. President Trump having his rallies with, 20,000 people and whatnot, and everything's being said. But, and when I first tuned in tonight, it was another caller talking about a caller yesterday said, oh, President Obama must have heard one of the callers call in about
horse feathers. It was horse feathers. Yeah, right.
Right. And I'm like, well, it's 700 people, and I got that information later in the listening in, but Trump was gonna have 20,000 people at every one of his rallies, and everybody was gun ho about it, and the media, everybody was against it, and then everybody calling in talking about, well, this, that, and the third, but let him cancel this one because it's 700 people, but 20,000 people is okay because of COVID. But I think
the message they're trying to present is the Democrats were all negative about Trump's going to be a mass spreader of the COVID and that sort of thing, but holding these rallies, so they were against it. So if they were against it, why are all these who were against Trump holding his rallies getting together at Martha's Vineyard to have their big party together, 700 people rubbing elbows? I mean, I think that's the message they were trying to say.
But the same message is what they're sending then is what they're sending now, or what they're sending now of all the callers calling in saying that this, and this. If it's not right now, if it wasn't right then even as Trump supporters, it's not right now. You see, because I'm on both fences. I'm just the one in the middle, just listening to both sides.
Yeah, but I don't think the Trump supporters are listeners to my show, but much said anything about it. It's personal choice if you want to go to a Trump rally. Matter of fact, he's got another big rally that they just scheduled for Cullman, Alabama, coming up here in a couple of weeks. I think the 21st of August. I don't know how many are going to be attended.
What's that tour that him and what's the guy? They're on a tour and they're suing somebody because they said it's not drawing as much.
Mike Lindell, is that who you're talking about, or?
No, I could have swore he's from Fox, and that tour is not drawing as much. And somebody from either on that side is saying they're suing whoever's selling the tickets, saying that they're giving bad publicity because the tickets aren't selling as much as they thought they were, or if it was just the artist who's coming out. Yeah, there's something out there, and I can't remember. They're on tour, not as a Trump, and he just wrote a book. I can't think of his name now. I can see his face. But
is it Mark Levin just came out with his new book? Is it him or?
No. It's an older white guy who had he came out a book because I like I say I listen. I'm not pro or I'm not either side, but I can't think of it. Somebody will tell you who it is.
Yeah.
But while I'm sitting here on the phone and I'm trying to get all my time in, I love your shows. I love how you get both sides and you give your opinion, and I follow you on Facebook and you give your opinion. I may not agree with everything, but I agree with some of the things.
Sure.
But some of the callers, I just sit here and listen, and I wish I could be in studio with you just to have a comment on every comment that I hear. It doesn't make sense. It's not completely, your opinion is great. And the best part about your show is you let everybody give their opinion. And that's why I love your show. And you know what? And some people, they they just go completely left, and then some people go completely right.
Right.
More left than it is right. But we can sit here. But that is the great part about our country is we have this platform to say how we feel. But I also want to say that if we as Americans would accept the way that each other feels and would still live with each other's respect towards each other, we would get along so much better. And that right there is, to me, is I have friends far right, I have friends far left. And I accept their views and I give my point of view. They accept it, they don't.
Yeah.
If they do, they do. But if we just, our true feeling and the way that we act is what we show and what we give to, if I see you face to face, you know what, I know where you stand. And if you knew me and you knew where I stood, and we could shake hands and sit down and have a beer and talk about it. And if you needed help, I would help you.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that if I needed help, you would help me, no matter where we stand as far as our political view.
Absolutely.
And I think that's that great divide in our country. Completely. Is I'm going to help you prosper no matter what, because you need help, and I would hope that you would help me. And I think that's the great divide in our country.
Yeah.
Listening to everything, the 100% of everything that's going on right now, the great divide of our country is helping one another. Not because you're white, not because you make over 100,000 or you make over 200,000, or not because of this. Because if I didn't make $200,000, there is some way that you could help me. If I made that in some area, you could help me, and that's what we're missing in this country.
Yeah. Well, you are 100% correct in the fact that I think we're more divided now than we were 20, 25 years ago. I don't know how we're going the wrong direction, as far as, the race relations and whatnot. But, hey, Chris, I'm behind on my news break, but I'm glad to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. I remember you calling a few times over the years. I did get an email here just a bit ago from another friend that found us once again. Hello, Steve. I followed you on your old gig. I managed to find you again. Born in Dayton, I grew up in Washington Courthouse and frequented Cincinnati. I've been down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for the last 50 years. So Mike has found us once again. Glad to have you back with us, Mike. Thank you for checking in. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Nearly all foreign visitors to the U.S. may soon need to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. The White House is considering the requirement as part of a plan to reopen travel into the country for foreign travelers, as it faces pressure from airlines and allies to lift travel restrictions. The administration has not yet laid out a timeline for announcing or implementing the rule change. And a group of landlords late Wednesday challenged the CDC's latest moratorium on evictions, days after the initial ban had expired. The Alabama Association of Realtors asked a federal judge in Washington to lift the CDC's order, calling it unlawful and saying it was enacted to bow to political pressure. The group had been successful in their previous challenge to an eviction ban, having it declared unlawful back in May. Tuesday's order applies to areas of the country where there are substantial or high COVID transmission rates, currently about 82% of counties. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Germany is the latest country to send a warship to the disputed South China Sea. Lance Pry has more.
Germany sent a warship to the South China Sea on Monday for the first time since 2002, as tensions continue over China's claim of the territory. China says the nearly 1.3 million square mile area in the South China Sea are within its sovereign territory due to language in the law of the Sea Convention. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And a new survey shows that American workers would be willing to give up a little of their paycheck to keep working from the home office. The poll from insurance provider Breeze showed that 65% of respondents would be willing to take a 5% pay cut to work from home full-time, with 15% saying they'd be willing to take a cut as large as 25%. A majority of respondents said that given the option, they'd be willing to part with paid time off if given the option to work from home full-time. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Support for President Biden's handling of the pandemic is slipping. Tim Berg reports.
A new poll finds President Biden's approval rating regarding his response to the pandemic has dipped by double digits. The Quinnipiac University National Poll of Adults found 53% of Americans approve of the job he's doing regarding COVID. 40% disapprove. This is a double-digit drop from May when Americans approved 65 to 30%. On Tuesday, when President Biden was talking about COVID, he told leaders of Texas and Florida to either lead or get out of the way regarding their COVID response. Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz reacts to Biden's comments.
You know, there's a Yiddish word called chutzpah, and I think Joe Biden is embodying that word right now. We just had news breaking today that in the last several months, the Biden administration has released over 7,000 illegal aliens who were COVID positive just in one Texas city, in the city of McAllen. Joe Biden likes to talk about this pandemic. Well, I'll tell you what, the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was a super spreader event.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the U.S. women's beach volleyball pairing of April Ross and Alex Kleiman will play for gold after defeating the Swiss team in the semifinals in straight sets. They'll take on Australia, who knocked out Latvia in the other semifinal, for the gold medal on Friday. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty. Okay, so somebody sent me an email and said what Chris was talking about Bill O'Reilly. Okay. You know what? I wasn't even aware that they were going to be doing a tour. Donald Trump and Bill O'Reilly. flip back over and see who that was. John in South Carolina goes by the handle Dog Bone. He was talking about Trump and O'Reilly, so I did a quick search, found the story, and here it is. Donald Trump's having trouble selling advance tickets for his upcoming speaking tour with Bill O'Reilly. According to interviews with ticketing officials for the venues, earlier last month, Trump and O'Reilly, of course the one-time Fox News host, announced a joint, what they're calling a history tour, featuring 4 stops in the month of December. O'Reilly said his conversations with Trump will not be boring. Former president promising fun for everyone who attends. Tickets went on sale June the 14th. It says most tickets are priced between $100 and $300. If you wanted a VIP meet and greet package, that goes for more than $8,500. You get pictures taken with Trump and O'Reilly. You got a pre-show 45-minute reception. Now, the events aren't until the end of the year, but so far the pace of purchases has been slow compared to other acts, according to arena officials. In Orlando, where they're hosting an event at the 20,000-capacity Amway Center, a box office employee for the arena said there's still a lot of tickets open. This individual, who, like others for the story, insisted on anonymity to share confidential sales data, but said, we have concerts that are doing a lot better than this. A Bad Bunny concert being held next March recently sold out within 2 days, for example. A majority of the seats for Kane Brown concert on December 3rd have already sold out. At the 20,000-seat American Airlines Center in Dallas, home to the Dallas Mavericks and the Dallas Stars, a large number of seats remain open for the December 19th Trump-O'Reilly event. For Trump's Houston event at the 19,000-seat Toyota Center, home of the Houston Rockets, 60 to 65% of the seats are still unsold, according to those with access to sales information. And in Sunrise, Florida, a box office employee at the BB&T Center said they would have expected sales for this event to have been definitely higher by now. It hasn't been selling like crazy, he said. Let's see. As of Thursday evening, Ticketmaster's pages for the Orlando, Dallas, and Sunrise events and the access page for the Houston event show wide swaths of available seats. Some large sections have only sold a few tickets. The difficulty Trump and O'Reilly appear to be having in filling up stadiums may be a reflection of the times. After a year-plus lockdown, Americans seem eager to re-engage while disengaging politically. Cable news ratings, for example, are down substantially. Okay. Former presidents and even their spouses don't usually encounter any difficulty in selling out appearances and speeches. Tickets for Michelle Obama's Becoming book tour back in 2018, for example, sold quickly. Most tickets for her Chicago United Center event, selling out within minutes. And the cheapest tickets for all the venues sold out in less than 2 days. Okay, I wasn't even aware that they were going to be holding this tour coming up in December. Okay, I did mention Alabama. Here's the rest of that story. Former President Trump's going to speak at a rally in Coleman, Alabama, August the 21st is the slated date right now. I mean, with all this COVID stuff, I don't know if that's going to change or not. He will deliver remarks on faith, freedom, and America. Event hosted by the Alabama Republican Party in conjunction with the annual summer meeting, according to the announcement made through the Save America PAC. The rally will mark Trump's further support of the Make America Great Again agenda and accomplishments of his administration. His remarks are scheduled to begin at 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. and will culminate a day of events at the York Family Farms in Coleman, Alabama. Doors for the 45 Fest, as it's called, will open at 2 p.m. Live music, food, beverage concessions, several guest speakers. Reservations for the event can be made through the Save America website. Again, I guess I'm assuming that's a free event. I mean, for free engagements, I don't think there's any trouble filling the venues. Well, will they discuss making changes to that? I saw what was it? I think the Lollapalooza Festival. I printed that story up here earlier. It's in the mix somewhere, but yeah, they had that massive festival. I think that was in Chicago over the weekend. And I mean, massive crowds. Yeah, like the old days. You had thousands and thousands, elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder. Most of them did not have masks on. Was the point they were making. So, all right, well, let's get back to the calls here. And it's 844-844-3388. I do not see a name on the line. Who we got here?
Steve.
Hello, Steve.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing today, Steve?
Doing well. Good to have you with us.
Yeah, same here. I think I can give my opinion on this. I think what's missing in this country is one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I think God has been kind of just erased out of the picture, Steve. Nobody talks about that anymore. No one. And especially the Democrats. You never hear them talk about the Constitution, liberty, freedom, property rights, none of that. All it is divide, divide, divide. Racism, white supremacy, extremists, white extremism. I mean, does that bring people together?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe so.
Right.
You know, Joe Biden talked about in his campaign how he was going to unify the country. Unify. And all he's done, Steve, is attack, and attack. Anybody that supported Donald Trump, they've attacked. Whether it's the media, whether it's big tech, whether it's the administration, you name it. They've just attacked. So all that does is bring division between people. I mean, I really enjoyed that gentleman's last call. He's got a different opinion, obviously, than most of us, because obviously he sounds a little left of center, which I'm more right than center. But I think I could have a conversation with that guy, have a beer with him, talk about different subjects and topics, get along quite well. That's not the reason I called, Steve. You know, for last night, I brought this up. You know, Eagle keeps talking about Joe Biden going to the border, Harris going, in charge of the border. You know, she hasn't been to the border. And I'm going to say it again. Biden, Harris, Pelosi, Schumer, AOC, the whole bunch of them. They don't care. They don't care. You never hear of them talk about it. The media doesn't talk about it. No one talks about it. This was all planned, Steve. Mm-hmm. We know it. This was all a prepaid plan by these Marxists who are trying to take over our country. You know, the thing is, it's like, if you don't believe in freedom of speech, if this government doesn't believe in freedom of speech, trying to take over our Second Amendment, trying to take over our property rights, trying to destroy our economy, I mean, are we supposed to just lie down and not voice our opinion as Americans? Are we supposed to just take this? No, we're not supposed to take it. We have rights. We have liberties. We have a Constitution. We have a Bill of Rights. You know, here's the thing, Steve. That's what I was calling about was that damn infrastructure bill. You know, anytime there's a bill drawn up, they drew up a bill. It took them 4 months to draw up this bill, 2,000 pages. They slam it on Mike Lee's desk, senator of Utah, who's, I'll tell you, Steve, if we had 50 senators like this guy, this country wouldn't be in the shape it's in right now. He is an awesome senator. You know, they expect these guys to vote on this bill in 3 days, 2,000 pages.
Mm-hmm. Almost 3.
You know, right. But here's the thing, Steve. Back in the day, people were able to go to the Capitol, listen to what's going on, engage with their congressmen, engage with their congresswomen, their senators, voice their opinion on their concerns about things that they were going to vote on. We're the ones that have elected these people. But, Steve, as you know right now, we don't have a say. We have no say in what's going on in Washington. And that's not our people's republic, the way this country was meant to be, the way the founding fathers meant it to be, a people's republic. Not just stuff, you know, shoved down our throat and slammed in our face. Just sign it and deal with it. I mean, there's so much stuff in that bill, Steve, that has nothing to do with infrastructure.
Right.
There's a lot of it that we don't know.
And could you imagine,
even
as soon as when this infrastructure bill passes, which it sounds like it's going to, immediately after that, they're going to grab that $3.5 trillion spending package and go through the reconciliation process so they can pass it with no Republican support. Can you imagine what is in that? If you've got this much pork in a $1 trillion package, it's how many pages would you wager that $3.5 trillion package is?
See, Steve, this is the whole point of my call. This wasteful spending that these Marxists are trying to push through is to destroy this economy, to destroy this nation. That's what they want to do. Anytime this is done, it's been proven around the world. We've seen it time and time again in every third world country. And the reason they are a third world country is because their economies were destroyed by these type of people. They don't care about us, Steve. They're trying to destroy the economy. Do you know that 37% of all money in circulation today has been printed in the last 18 months?
Wow.
I mean, that is insane. Steve, we can't sustain this. That's why we're going to have this massive inflation. You're not going to be able to afford a car. You're not going to be able to afford a house. You're not going to be able to afford groceries or gasoline to put in the car to run it. That's what's coming down the pike. It's just, here's the other thing that Mike Lee talked about a few nights ago. Every country that has failed as economically, when you're at, we were at 2 years ago, 76% of our deficit to GDP. By the end of this year, we're going to be at 106% deficit to GDP. You can't catch up because now you're debt. You're in so much debt, you can't get your economy going. It just kind of stalls, and you can't recover. So it collapses. The dollar is going to be worthless. You know, we're talking 10 years, Steve, 2031. The dollar could be worthless if they keep doing this. Mike Lee was saying if they pass this bill, the next one is going to be up to $12 trillion in the last 2 years that's been pushed through.
Yeah.
12 trillion. We can't do this. I'll tell you, I just hope that these senators wake up. I don't know why they're not screaming from the rooftops, Steve, honestly. I mean, why aren't they in front of the Capitol every day with cameras in their face, all 40 of them or 50 of them or whatever, screaming from the rooftops about this, showing the American people what's really going on here? But it's like they're silent. I just don't get it. But anyway, I did send you that Congressional Budget Office report, and it talks about what's going to happen, Steve, in the next 10 years. And they are trying to destroy this economy. And we are going to be like Venezuela.
I know several economists, and I think I've mentioned it already, have said that if they do proceed with this, it's going to be $4.7 trillion with these two bills, the infrastructure and then the spending bill that they're going to immediately go after. Yeah, inflation is a bad deal right now. Inflation is going up. Yeah, they're saying that buckle up your seatbelt because inflation is going to be something like we've never seen before when they pull the trigger on that $4.7 trillion. And it looks like it's going to happen sooner rather than later. All right, a couple minutes before we hit our bottom of the hour news break. Looking at some of the other comments, Mark there in Tombstone said, "Hey, Steve, I'm not sure if you know, but I'm not in Arizona anymore. I've been in New Jersey since 2014. Got married in 2015. Had a daughter with my wife in 2019. If you remember Trigger, she passed last year. Sorry to hear that. And I did not realize you were actually in New Jersey now. How about that? Who else checking in here? Dean Michael, the tax doctor with us. Hello, Dean. How's things going down there in the Sunshine State? Chris is also, that was the caller, Chris. He said, thanks for looking into talking about the O'Reilly Trump tour thing. Yeah, well, thanks for the heads up, because like I said, I wasn't even aware of it. Fred said nobody wants to see O'Reilly. Let me see here. Yeah, Dean said, this country's run by the big corporations. Elected officials are really just the puppets. Yep. Let's see. We lost rights, especially Second Amendment rights, when the NRA sold out. Then we got stuck at making fake constitutional sanctuary things. But we still have the NFA. All right, thanks for all those checking in here. We will get our news break, as we call it, bottom of the hour. That's our quick timeout. And when we come back, what's next up? Of course, more of your calls at 844-844-3388. I think it was Eagle that mentioned earlier that he would definitely be able to support Florida's governor in a presidential bid if Trump opted not to run in 24. And he was citing the fact that DeSantis went straight at Joe Biden this past day. Yeah, earlier this week, Biden was trying to blame the rising COVID cases on Ron DeSantis and Abbott there in Texas, saying most of the cases in the country are coming out of those two states. And DeSantis fires back, telling the president pointedly, do your job. Why don't you do your job, he said. At the end of an 18-minute news conference, why don't you get this border secure? Until you do that, I don't want to hear a blip about COVID from you. After President Biden lashed out at the Republican governors for the COVID rising numbers, the Delta variant, because you governors are demonstrating bad health policy. We need leadership from everyone, he said. And if some governors aren't willing to do the right thing to beat this pandemic, recall you've heard that on the news a bunch this week, then they should allow businesses and universities who want to do the right thing be able to do it. I say to these governors, please help. If you aren't going to help, at least get out of the way of people who are trying to do the right thing. Use your power to save lives. Yeah, DeSantis, of course, declared that he'll keep standing in the way of Biden and all these lockdown policies. Florida is a free state. We can either have a free society or we can have a biomedical security state. And I can tell you, Florida is a free state. People are going to be free to choose to make their own decisions about themselves and about their families and about their kids' education and putting food on their table. It's pretty much going, straight against, what Biden has been saying and standing for, because they're trying to go backwards. And Fauci's out doing more of his fear-mongering. Oh, boy, wait, you hear what he had to say yesterday? This COVID variant, that's just the beginning. Get ready for what's coming down the pike after this. It's going to be something that even the vaccines can't handle. Oh, boy. But right there, we'll get our news break and get back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC has announced a new ban on evictions, applying only to areas of the country with high or substantial transmission of COVID-19 through early October. The previous federal ban had expired at the end of July after a Supreme Court ruling that the executive branch didn't have the power on its own to extend that ban and that Congress would have to take action. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says that the administration's most recent actions are unconstitutional. The California Republican tells Fox News that the president bent to the will of a minority in his party to impose a new ban.
Well, it wasn't just the president said it, the Supreme Court said it. And then the White House went back and told Congress that they had to take action. Nancy Pelosi couldn't put it through. And because some socialists in Congress protested, they bent the knee. But what's really telling here, regardless of where you stand on the issue, we believe in the rule of law. They know this is breaking the law, but they are doing it. They're breaking the Constitution.
This is USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and high or low profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, back at it here. Where did we leave off? Got word this past day that CVS pharmacies, most of them, is going to stop offering the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The J&J vaccine will be available at only about 10% of their locations, according to the report from CNBC. They will continue to offer the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines nationwide, according to a spokesman for CVS. He added that this move would assist with their vaccine supply. So let's see, 10% of the J&J would still be available at almost 1,000 Minute Clinic locations in 25 states. Minute Clinics are in some CVS stores and provide services in non-emergency medical care, diagnostic tests, vaccines, those kind of things. The Hill notes that the J&J vaccine has been beset by production issues, as well as concerns about the effectiveness against the Delta variant. That's the one that's surging right now. When it was initially authorized, the Johnson & Johnson was the one that was seen as a potential game changer. It was a one and done, a single shot. And it can be stored at regular refrigerator temperatures. And it's a whole lot easier to transport. Now, the Hill continues that federal health officials put administration of the Johnson & Johnson on hold for about a week, as we recall back in April, concerns about blood clotting. According to the Centers for Disease Control, about 13.3 million people have received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, so an overwhelming majority, obviously. Yeah, because what are the numbers up to? 130, 150 million? I don't even know what the number is, how many have had the vaccine now, but most of them are either the Pfizer or Moderna, according to the numbers there. All right, back to the phones we go. And hello, Kid Fox. Welcome back.
Hey, Steve. How you doing today?
Good.
Well, I hate to break it, but Eagles stole my thunder today.
Oh, really?
I was going to talk about the Governor DeSantis commentary from yesterday. I saw that this evening before I came to work, and I just had to laugh because I was like, this is the type of leadership that everyone's looking for. Someone who's willing to stand up and say, how about you do your job before you tell me how to do mine? And that's basically what DeSantis said. And I'll tell you what, if DeSantis ran for president, he's got my vote. Something I also wanted to comment on. Chris, I think it was Chris who asked earlier why everyone was giving Obama such a hard time about
a big gathering. Yeah.
about his gathering. You ever hear the phrase, do as I say, not as I do? Because I remember, every Democrat, including Obama to a point, would come out and say, oh, well, Trump's doing all these super spreader events, blah, 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 blah. And they would get up, every time Trump would have a rally, you'd hear Democrats left and right, just preaching from the rooftop about how Trump's, causing the spread of this COVID.
Right.
And so, I think it's kind of funny that, they're trying to tell us how we should live our lives, but yet, take a look at Nancy Pelosi. You remember, what was it? 6-7 months ago?
No, when she went to the hair salon when everybody else was not allowed to get a haircut. Yeah.
Exactly. And I'm in all fairness, I can say there's been some Republicans that have done the same thing. But I find it funny that, these Democrats will go out and tell us what we can and can't do. And on multiple occasions, and I could sit here and list these off all night, and eventually you'd probably hang up on me and say, nope, no more, I'm done. But I'm not going down that. We're not going down that rabbit hole. But this is a prime example of why we're bringing this stuff up, because it's just, it's maddening. And, now we're talking, and then it's like I said yesterday about the vaccines, 1 minute we're hearing, oh, these things will, once you take these vaccines, you don't have to worry about this anymore. Now you just mentioned, Fauci, whatever the hell his name is, coming out and saying, oh, well, this next variant will be so bad that the vaccines won't do jack crap. Well, how does that help someone who's on the fence post about getting one of these vaccines?
Well, I think the end of the story for him was just trying to make it sound like if everybody would get vaccinated right now, that maybe we'd be able to stop the evolution of the virus. That you won't see another mutation because everyone's been vaccinated.
But this vaccine, but we're now finding that this vaccine isn't stopping the virus. All it's doing is maybe at best, making the symptoms a little more manageable.
Right, maybe saving some lives for the moment. Yeah,
exactly. So the hypocrisy of these people on display is just astounding. And as far as the spending bills that are coming out, I hate to say this, and I'm not one to normally say something like this, but at this point, I think America needs to die and be reborn. Because, and I know I'll probably get a lot of flack for this, but, when's the last time we've really had respect for our leaders? Some would argue Trump, some would argue, Reagan, but, deep down inside, and I want everybody to actually think about this. When is the last time we've had respect for anyone in Congress? We've had respect for anyone in any political leadership. The problem that we're running down to here is we've had this two-party system for generations. And instead of, and it's gotten to the point where, bottom line, someone said it earlier, and they were correct. Big businesses are what's running this country now. Your big Fortune 500 companies are the ones running this country, if not China. But anyways,
that's all I've got for the likes of the Blackstone. There's two companies like Blackstone. I think the one that Red Mule brought up earlier is one of them, and there's another company that have their hands in. I remember there was a chart that I was looking at. You look at all the big name companies, PepsiCo, Coca-Cola. Even competing brands. That these two companies own a majority of the stock, the shares in damn near everything in the country. Every different facet, every different type of product, from the food chain to the lumber to the. You go down the line, and those two corporations are really the ones that are pretty much running the whole show. I wish I could Wish I had that story in the archives. See if I could dig it up again. Here's what Fauci said yesterday. If this surge of the Delta variant continues into the fall, we're probably going to face an even more deadly strain that could evade the current vaccines. Why does that matter? Well, this underscores the importance of acting quickly to vaccinate the tens of millions who've not taken the shot yet. The current surge is being driven by the Delta variant, which is already more contagious than the original strain. As the virus continues to spread due to the insufficient vaccination rates, it's being given ample opportunity to mutate into a more dangerous new variant in the fall and winter. Couple of his quotes. Quite frankly, we're lucky the vaccines that we have now are doing well against the Delta, particularly against severe illness. That may not be the case with the new variant. If another one comes along that has an equally high capability of transmitting, but also much more severe, we could really be in trouble. People who are not getting vaccinated mistakenly think it's only about them. Well, it isn't. It's about everybody else. You bad people. So now already, other variants are already cropping up. South Korea announcing on Tuesday they've detected 2 cases of what is being called, here it is, the Delta Plus variant. So now you've got the Delta and then the Delta Plus. One in a man who had recently returned from the United States. Some experts believe the Delta Plus variant could be even more contagious than the Delta variant. Then you've got the Lambda variant, which originated in Peru last year, that has been detected in the United States. Studies indicate the Lambda variant could be more resistant to the current COVID vaccines. So if you've already got variants that are resistant to the current vaccines, but they just want to make it sound like it's all because of the unvaccinated. I know, I'm beating a dead horse, ain't I? I digress. Let me get back to the calls here after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So good to have you with us. Thanks for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Got a Thursday coming on. Hey, that means, well, the weekend is just around the corner, is it not? Let me get back to the calls here. Chevy Guy checking in this morning. What's going on?
Well, good morning.
Morning.
Everything I called about's been covered, but I still have room there to fine tune it a little bit. First, let me jump on this. Governor DeSantis almost gets me to the point where I will be willing. I served my country, put my life on the line, spent 3 years on a Navy destroyer. Went to sea on that tiny little tin can, several, typhoons out in the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. So, hey, I'm willing to put my life on the line after hearing what Governor DeSantis said. He said, Biden, you want everybody to show a vaccine ID passport, but you don't want anybody to show a voter ID to vote. Well, I'll tell you what, if they make the vaccine ID a picture ID and a vote like with a number on it, and then hey, we can make that a voter ID separate from anything we got. Just if you chose whether you're, a green card if you're an American citizen, yellow card if you're not, something like that with your picture on it, and then you can vote. So, hey, that's an idea. I loved listening to that man talk. I mean, he put it down on the line, but it stays in the realm of the young man that was asking about why, which I listen every night. Every morning. I don't hear us harping about Obama's birthday gathering. I've heard that over the news on conservative, Newsmax.
Yeah.
But for my fellow truckers, I don't remember us harping on it, but I can answer.
Horse Feathers was kind of making a joke about it, the other night, and even when Red Mule called this morning, he was kind of making a joke about, Horse Feathers must have all kind of sway, He's just kidding around.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, well, it's, yeah. But I can honestly say this to the young man. We've gone, all last summer we had riots, we had beatings, we had all this stuff. And then the COVID comes out, and finally Trump has a rally. All these people get together, and CNN goes on this rant about COVID spreaders. Well, meanwhile, we still have more riots going on, people being burned out of business, drug out of their cars, and beaten. All right, nothing said. And then Trump has a rally, COVID spreaders. So I think right now that's what it is we're sort of snidely saying, COVID spreaders. But there's more than that. I mean, it's even great. They're going to Obama's $5 million Martha's Vineyard mansion that sits on the ocean. What the Democrats call the smartest man in the world. But if he's the smartest man in the world and the seas are going to rise, why would he spend $5 million for oceanfront property?
Right, it's supposed to be
under the freaking water.
It's going to be underwater in 10 years, right?
So that's what all it is. We're not even serious about it. We don't care what they do. If people want to have a birthday party, have at it. But we're tired of being kicked in the teeth and and told, shut up, we're COVID spreaders, and we're just tired of the hypocrisy. So we're not being hypocrites. We're being, like you said, we're being facetious, if you could use it, or use the words you use, be better. But no, buddy, I'd be glad to buy you a beer, and I appreciate you calling and challenging us that maybe you give us a chance to clarify. But it's the hypocrisy that that is driving us conservatives crazy. And about I think a lot of conservatives ain't going to be paying out a lot of money to go to these rallies, not because of Trump, and Trump would bring them out, but a lot of us conservatives like me, Lindsey Graham, I'm sorry, we're not going to be supporting a lot of our Republicans trying to cling our honors, because we've seen that they've absolutely have not done nothing. I mean, they squirreled into the woodwork after Trump was cheated out of his office, and I still feel comfortable in saying that because we already see the evidence, and I'm looking forward to Giuliani receiving his law license back, and when he gets it back, that he turns around and sues the crap out of the people that took it from him in the first place, because there's already evidence, state after state, where he was saying the truth. And I just pray that the truth reigns in this country.
Mm-hmm.
But young man, I appreciate that. I appreciate that challenge, and it was answerable. It wasn't. It didn't come close to what minister would throw out there. And Lord, I hope you come up with some more. I believe there's a lot of us out here that would enjoy having that beer with you. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. Enjoy the show.
Thank you, Chevy Guy. Have a good morning. All right, we'll be rolling toward the midnight hour on the West Coast here, 3 a.m. Eastern time coming on. Steve sent me. You may have been the one that actually sent me the little chart I was talking about. You said several months ago, I think you sent me the breakdown from BlackRock Investments. BlackRock Investments has $30 trillion of assets. Assets, a.k.a. they own the stock. $30 trillion of this country or more. It's astounding. When you have that kind of money and power, that's really who's running the show. All right, and when we come back, as I said, maybe we should be more concerned with the likes of these kind of things versus just nonstop barrage of coverage about vaccinations and COVID and mutations. As we speak, thousands of Marines and sailors are taking part in the U.S. Navy's largest war games in 40 years as Washington prepares for World War III, essentially. Rising tensions with Russia and China. Fleets began the large-scale exercise on Tuesday. The drills across 17 time zones will continue until August the 16th. In preparing for what's coming down the pike, we'll give you more. Rest of the story, as we call it, in our next hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC has announced a new ban on evictions, applying only to areas of the country with high or substantial transmission of COVID-19 through early October. The previous federal ban had expired at the end of July after a Supreme Court ruling that the executive branch didn't have the power on its own to extend that ban and that Congress would have to take action. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says that the administration's most recent actions are unconstitutional. The California Republican tells Fox News that the president bent to the will of a minority in his party to impose a new ban.
Well, it wasn't just the president said it, the Supreme Court said it. And then the White House went back and told Congress that they had to take action. Nancy Pelosi couldn't put it through. And because some socialists in Congress protested, they bent the knee. But what's really telling here, regardless of where you stand on the issue, we believe in the rule of law. They know this is breaking the law. but they are doing it. They're breaking the Constitution.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA. Or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is pushing back against changes to CDC guidelines over masking and the possible reinstitution of mask mandates. Tim Berg reports.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is unleashing on President Biden, saying he will not sit idly by when it comes to COVID-19 protocols that simply don't make sense.
You're trying to restrict people, impose mandates, if you're trying to ruin their jobs and their livelihoods and their small business, if you are trying to lock people down, I am standing in your way.
He says parents, not the government, should make decisions about masking their children in school and in their homes. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The state of Florida set a new record for hospitalized COVID patients for the third straight day on Tuesday, with more than 12,000 people in hospital. Nearly 17,000 new cases were reported on Tuesday, with 140 deaths from the virus. The state now accounts for about 16% of all new cases in the U.S., according to data from the CDC. This is USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The Senate may be coming close to voting on the $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill, currently voting on a string of amendments to the spending package. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has indicated that he would keep the Senate in session to finish work on the bill, with the chamber scheduled to leave for a month-long recess next week. Senator Tommy Tuberville says that the country does need an infrastructure bill, but for the right reasons. The Alabama Republican tells Newsmax TV that even with the amendments, he still feels there's not enough in the bill for rural areas of the country.
We need that, but we need it for the right reasons, and we don't need to continue to put money out in front where our taxpayers have to pay more and more every year. It's a shame that we didn't have some of this $6 or $7 trillion that we've spent the last year and a half on COVID and put some of this towards infrastructure. But it is what it is. Yet I've looked at a lot of the 2,700 pages. How are we going to pay for it? They say it's going to be paid for, but the math doesn't add up. The CBO score on all of it's not in, and there's not enough for the rural areas in the southern states and even in the western and midwestern states. We have to have more money for the rural areas of this country for infrastructure, for broadband. If we don't get that, it's not fair to send 3/4 of it or 1/3 of it or half of it to the northeast quarter of the country for trains and ferries and those kind of things.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment. for every fill-up, every time.
Every day, diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
They say the rest of the story. Fleets began the large-scale exercise Tuesday. Forces participating in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Exercises designed to show the United States' readiness for a potential global conflict. Marines' ability to conduct operations in a difficult environment being tested during the drills. U.S. 6th Fleet Commander Vice Admiral Gene Black said LSE will test our commanders across the spectrum of naval warfare from the tactical to the strategic, integrating the Marine Corps to demonstrate the world's fleet's ability to conduct coordinated operations from the open ocean to the littoral. It remains unknown if China and Russia will pay attention or if they're going to be interpreted as an act of aggression. It's thought that 36 ships and more than 50 virtual units are taking part in the mission alongside military and civilians, according to the Defense Post. This kind of marks a return to what was Cold War exercises we did back in the 1980s. These war games, coming as threats posed by China and Russia, do not seem to be disappearing. American officials fear a Chinese invasion of Taiwan is, quote, closer than we think. Washington has pursued a strategy of strategic ambiguity where they've persuaded pro-separatist Taiwanese forces to not declare independence while deterring Beijing not to seize the island by force. It's thought the formal declaration of independence would likely trigger, undoubtedly, conflict. Beijing continues to stage war games off the coast of the island is what is widely being seen as a dress rehearsal for the invasion. Naval vessels have intensified drills in the Taiwan Strait. Aircraft carriers regularly stalk U.S. vessels in the South China Sea. A military expert Du Wenlong said that U.S. attempts to stall a potential military invasion would result in failure. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin continues to boost his hypersonic missiles that can deliver an unpreventable strike against Moscow's enemies. Moscow's claiming they'd fired warning shots in the path of a British warship, the HMS Defender, to chase it out of Crimea. Speaking at a parade of warships in St. Petersburg, he said, "The Russian Navy today has everything it needs to guarantee the protection of our country and national interest. We are capable of detecting any underwater, above water, airborne enemy and, if required, carry out an unpreventable strike against it." Moscow warned last week of what could lead to an inadvertent conflict if the United States pushes ahead deploying long-range hypersonic rockets in Europe. Things that make you say, that's scary. All right, we lost Ranger Dag, didn't we? He held on the longest time. Hello, Red Mule, take two.
Hello?
Hey there.
It's Philip. It's not Red Mule, bud.
Oh, you know what? I picked up. Well, go ahead. Red Mule's still down there. I'll get him next.
Okay, sorry about that, Red Mule. Hey, Steve, you talking about hypersonic or rockets. You know what those are?
Well,
Steve?
What is it, intercontinental ballistic missiles?
Okay, so you know we have nuclear bombs, right?
Yeah.
Well, we have a
a rocket powered by a nuclear engine.
Oh, okay.
So you could actually use the fuel from the engine in part of the ordinance, if you know what I mean.
Yes, sir.
So Russia developed those, man. They're nasty. Talk about the ultimate dirty bomb. That's it right there. But I hear everybody's pretty excited about what's going on with our governor down here. What do you think, Steve?
He's definitely garnering national attention, and more and more people are kind of liking what they hear from this guy.
Yeah, he's just tired of the mess, is what it is. He's just tired of the mess. He wants to get on and get business going on. Things are rough down here, but I'm gonna tell you what, Steve. A lot of it has just been people grouping up. I mean, that's what it is, man. You're vaccinated or not, people are grouping up and, not giving themselves any room. And I tell you, I still believe it's a lot of people not taking care of themselves and cleaning their house, so to speak. So, but on the rocket front, the Starliner didn't make it yesterday, Steve. It didn't make it again. And
it may not be anytime soon, according to what I saw. They've got some problems.
Yeah, they got some propulsion problems, and I think Mr. Nelson is not too happy with them right now. From what I understand, the other day he said that they're glad they went commercial now. They finally admitting it that they went commercial, because if they hadn't went commercial, this is what we would have instead of having guys getting up to the space station. We would be sitting on a pad right now. So NASA's finally admitting that the commercial side of it's going to have dividends better than that. And if anybody out there wonders what's going on in Texas and the size of it, what I've been talking about, a lot of people have been talking about Boca Chica. Steve, you remember that Saturn V that we went to the moon on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that rocket had 5 engines on it, big F1 engines. If somebody wants to look at it right now, there's one sitting out in Boca Chica that's got 29 of them on it.
I pulled that up after you mentioned it last evening. That is it's astounding. It's hard to fathom.
Now, it's one thing. I mean, I know that booster's not finished yet. They still got to do a lot of the plumbing work on it. They got a lot of electrical and communication stuff to put on it and get it going, which they'll do that when it's on the pad. But there's only been one other time in the world that they've done something like that. The Russians did it. And I want anybody out there that wants to look it up. I'm going to tell you what the rocket number is. It's called an N1 rocket. It was developed by Russia. It was supposed to be their moon rocket, their Saturn V, what we called the Saturn V. They called it the N1. And they had, I believe it was 35 or 36 engines on it. But here's the bad part of the story, and I hope Elon Musk gets this together right, because the Russians didn't get it together right, and it failed, and they had the world's biggest rocket explosion with that rocket. So they had over 30 engines on it, and they lost. I think they launched it 4 times, and they lost 3 of the four rockets, either on explosion on the ground or explosion in air. So pretty big stuff. So I hope Musk gets it right. And you were right about the corporations. There is, if you want to see who controls America, look at the top 10 list and the richest people in America. And then also look at the list from the stock exchange of what the top companies are in America. And you'll notice, like, even Amazon and them are nowhere near Blackstone and the name you mentioned earlier. I mean, you think about it, our relief packages that we've had in the last year and a half from all this COVID stuff, they've been like $2 and $3 trillion here and there. Now picture a company that's worth $30 trillion, and that's the scale of that company. So I appreciate it, Steve. Thank you very much. Have a good one, buddy.
All right, I'm looking at the report about you. I pulled it up last evening, didn't get to mention it, but yeah, the report says sometimes it is difficult to write objectively about the rate at which SpaceX is making progress, the advancements that we're seeing at this star base in South Texas are unprecedented. Like, seriously unprecedented, he says. They finished stacking what they're calling it Booster 4, the first of the super heavy rocket boosters. This is a massive single-core rocket that's approximately 70 meters tall with a diameter of 9 meters. It has a thrust approximately double what the Saturn V rocket that launched NASA astronauts to the moon had. Double that. Then, overnight, something remarkable happened. Technicians and engineers at the SpaceX build facility in Boca Chica attached 29 Raptor rocket engines to the rocket. 29 engines, each with intricate plumbing lines and connections. This is the number of engines that Super Heavy will fly for initial flight test. The final configuration, they say, will likely have 33 engines. I'm really not sure what to write or say about all this, but because typically in the rocket business, it takes a few days to install a single engine. How did they do this overnight? After some initial checkouts in the assembly area, Booster 4 rolls out to the launch site. There'll likely be pressure tests and a series of static fire tests. Now, with this many valuable Raptor engines on the line, we could probably expect SpaceX will be fairly cautious with the test program for this particular vehicle. They have also nearly completed Ship 20, the latest Starship upper stage prototype that's going to be placed on top of Booster 4 for a full stack launch of the Starship system. All right. There's more to it, but back to the initial yesterday's launch. We may have to wait a while to see the Starliner astronaut taxi take flight again. Now, it was originally going to be last Friday. Then you had the unplanned thruster firings of Russia's recently arrived module that tilted the space station last Thursday. So the liftoff was pushed again to Tuesday. But in the hours before launch on Tuesday, Boeing announced the Starliner team had discovered some unexpected valve position indications in the propulsion system. So they stood down from that day's attempt. They had planned again for a liftoff this past day. That is no longer the case. Boeing representative said the Starliner would not fly Wednesday. They did not give a new target launch date. We're going to let the data lead our work. So it's going to be rolled back from the launch pad to the assembly facility, or was this past day, for more inspection and testing to determine what the next steps are going to be. So how long, it's kind of they don't have a timeline for when they may be able to give it another attempt there. All right, now, Red Mule, all right, got the right line this time, I think.
Hey, Steve, I don't know how they put 29 engines on that fast, but I do know a shop down in Atlanta that can R&R the tranny on my transmission in 3 hours and 15 minutes. So,
wow.
You know, people that know what they're doing, I dang sure can do it. I just stood there with my mouth hanging open watching them. But, Steve, I'd like to respond to Chris's call, but if I could mention a couple other things first. Now, going back to the idea of when the facts change, I changed my opinion. My opinion of Mike Lee's gone up a little bit. You know, I badmouthed that guy continuously, but he's coming out against this big spending bill. The facts have changed there, and my opinion of him has changed. So I don't know who's pulled his chain and whispered in his ear and got him thinking right, but more power to him. Steve, Andrew Cuomo's wife, did she pull a Tipper Gore and get tired of being married to a nutcase and leave him? I haven't heard her mention in a long time. And the other thing I wanted to bring up, what happened to that? What, a couple of days or maybe a week after the election, there was a truck driver that was bringing a load of marked ballots from New York to Pennsylvania or something. I think he was on Fox a couple of times. Do you recall what I'm talking about on that?
I remembered the story at the time, but whatever came of it, that's I don't have an answer to that. Good question.
I don't know. I'm just wondering about that. Steve, Chevy got exactly right. We need to clarify what we're saying here a little bit. I was a little annoyed at Chris when he called, and then I thought, well, he must not be in the trucking industry. And we talk back and forth, and with you, and we all assume that each one of us knows what we're talking about. But when Barack Obama came into office in 2009, or maybe it's the next year, he got in line with all these greenie weenies and changed the requirements or the specifications on the trucks that we could use, or actually allowed California to change them on a national basis. So I ended up buying a new truck. You all heard me whine about it. I'm out roughly $90,000 because of Barack Obama. So I'm not too kindly disposed toward Barack Obama when he's out there living in that $12 million mansion, because he's made that system work for him. He's not going to pay me $90,000 to, Chris says, well, we're all going to help each other out. Barack Obama's not going to pay me $90,000 for that. And it's not just me, Steve. You just had Rhonda on there talking about truck being shut down because they couldn't find a depth sensor for it. These people have gone in here and they claim they have a justification for doing it, but they've made our lives harder. It's not us that changes. It's these people on the far left that have never driven a truck, but they know what's best for us. And we just get tired of it. Like somebody else said, we just get tired of being kicked in the teeth. Now, let me give another example. I've got a nephew who's got a farm down in Arizona. He's 60, 70 miles from the Mexico border, but he's on a river that comes up out of Mexico. He called me in March or April, asked my recommendations on a handgun that he could use for self-defense. He knows I carry one. And we talked about it. Well, I talked to him Saturday. Did you get the gun? He said, yeah. He said, when I'm irrigating or something like that, I don't use it, but I've always got it in the truck, or, if I'm out there at night or something, I've got it handy. Now, what has changed? He's had that farm for 26, 27 years. What has changed that he needs to carry something for self-protection? He hasn't changed. What has changed is all these damn liberals, Joe Biden and all these damn people that think they know best. That's what's changed, Chris. And they're not going to, Joe Biden is not going to pay for his handgun to protect himself. You can have all these great theories about we all need to get along and work together, and then you come back, I shouldn't say you, the liberals come back and cut everybody's throat and think they know what's best. Well, Joe Biden's never been to his farm on southern Arizona. He doesn't know what's going on down there. And I don't know, Steve. I guess I made my point there. Let me make one other comment, because I may not be out here next week. I don't know if there's going to be any good money to be made next week. Steve, I was thinking about you the other day. One of these brokers I used to deal with there in Atlanta, pretty good old boy. He'd been square with me, never lied to me, made me some money and everything. Good. He's a lay minister in his church, a different denomination, everything. Good guy. Think real highly of him, except for one thing. He's a big Democrat supporter. Couldn't stand Trump. And we used to argue back and forth, and he's gone to another company. And so, anyhow, when diesel hit $4 there in Utah, I texted him. I said, thanks a lot to all you Twinkies that voted for Biden that we got $4 diesel up here. He didn't respond. Well, I texted him Friday. I said, Eric, would you please send me a copy of your autographed picture of Joe Biden driving an 18-wheeler? See, what I was going to do, Steve, if he'd send me that picture, I'm sure it would have been said to Eric with love or whatever. I was going to send that on to you, and I figured that you could blot out his name and put your own name in there and put that picture of Joe Biden driving the 18-wheeler, get it in logs and put it up there on your wall in the studio. But it didn't work out that way, Steve. But anyhow, I blasted him again this last day. I said, Temple, Georgia, diesel is $3.49. You ever going to be honest and admit Joe Biden's a disaster? And he responded to that, Steve, and he didn't defend Joe Biden. So, I've kind of got hope for this country that maybe even these diehard liberals are seeing what these liberal policies are doing to this country, and I do have hopes that in 22 things will change. So anyhow, Steve, I may talk to you next week and I may not. So thanks for letting me back in.
All right, if we do, we'll look forward to it. Otherwise, be safe out there. Thank you so much. Okay, we all know the cost of living is on the rise, right? Now we're talking another wave of pandemic restrictions. And buried deep in the so-called bipartisan infrastructure bill, the left has laid out another idea to bring you and me to our knees, all the American people. Make no mistake, the suffering is intentional. It is goal-oriented, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. One proposal in the 2,700-plus page bill seems especially cruel enough to make it too expensive for many Americans to even drive a car. Nick Short of the Claremont Institute highlights an item on pages 508 through 519 of the bill that would introduce a national per-mile motor vehicle user fee on a trial basis. Buried on page 508 is a pilot program for a national motor vehicle per-mile fee. Basically, a long-term plan to make it too expensive to drive a car, according to Short. The pilot program is set up to test the design, acceptance, implementation, and financial sustainability of a national motor vehicle per-mile user fee to address the need for additional revenue for surface transportation infrastructure and a national motor vehicle per-mile user fee to provide recommendations relating to adoption and implementation of just that, a per-mile tax, essentially. An article attached to Short's tweet detailed the proposal even further, breaking down each component from the objectives to its proposal that volunteers from each state should discover different ways to collect data on miles driven by both commercial and private vehicle operators. Page 513, proposal says, the Secretary of the Treasury shall establish on an annual basis per-mile user fees for passenger vehicles, light trucks, medium, and heavy-duty trucks. In theory, these per-mile fees would vary by vehicle, contingent upon several factors, including, you got it, including environmental impact. Okay. The left can chalk up this test run of what eventually might turn into a full-blown measure to make owning a vehicle almost impossible as an effort to be environmentally conscious. But it is another way to cripple our existing ways of life. We might dismiss it right now, but imagine telling yourself 5 years ago that the government is going to order small business closures, codify when and how we're allowed to worship, and adopt this increasingly draconian do as I say, not as I do policy to address a global pandemic. From the way we work to the way we breathe, so many aspects have already changed, albeit willingly for many. What's so different about changing how we can get from one place to another? With $10 million dedicated to this program for each year, starting in 2022 to 26, it's easy to see how the government doles out what it acquires from the working Americans. Any Republican lawmakers who vote in favor of this so-called bipartisan bill will have no right to label themselves as conservative. This proposal is the antithesis of conservatism. From the Western Journal, but I'm a little behind. Get my news break. Back to your calls ahead. Couple lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Nearly all foreign visitors to the U.S. may soon need to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. The White House is considering the requirement as part of a plan to reopen travel into the country for foreign travelers, as it faces pressure from airlines and allies to lift travel restrictions. The administration has not yet laid out a timeline for announcing or implementing the rule change. And a group of landlords late Wednesday challenged the CDC's latest moratorium on evictions, days after the initial ban had expired. The Alabama Association of Realtors asked a federal judge in Washington to lift the CDC's order, calling it unlawful and saying it was enacted to bow to political pressure. The group had been successful in their previous challenge to an eviction ban, having it declared unlawful back in May. Tuesday's order applies to areas of the country where there are substantial or high COVID transmission rates, currently about 82% of counties. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, looking at some of our other industry headlines I saw this past day. Something that came up here, I think Eagle brought it up a couple weeks ago, as a matter of fact. Thought about the most dangerous stretches of roadway in the country. Remember that discussion? So here's the latest study. 2 separate reports reveal where the most dangerous roads in the world are, actually, and which U.S. cities have the best road infrastructure. I-45 and Philadelphia actually leading the pack, respectively. I-45 named most dangerous U.S. roadway. Insurance company Budget Direct issued a report listing the most dangerous roads in every country. I-45 in Texas is one of the only urban roads on the international list. From Galveston through Houston to Dallas is the deadliest road in the United States. For every 100 miles of roadway, there have been 56.5 fatalities on the interstate. I-45 has been the center of controversy for the Texas DOT. In June, the Federal Highway Administration sent a letter that puts the department on notice for moving forward with their North Houston Highway Improvement Project, despite being told to stop. In March, the Highway Administration told the Texas DOT to put the project on pause as they look into civil rights and environmental issues that were expressed during the public comment period. But this project will reconstruct, expand, and widen I-45 from Beltway 8 to downtown Houston. Elsewhere, the report looks into where drivers may encounter fewer problems on the road. Among the 20 major metropolitan areas studied, Philadelphia sat on top of the list. An analysis of 71 road miles in the city had the best overall score, indicating well-maintained street surfaces. The report attributes the score to a high average revenue per capita value of $1,145. Behind Philadelphia was Jacksonville, Florida, with their business district roadway network, an increasing population, 6% growth in tax revenue, helping the city climb in the rankings. Rest of the top 10, all right, New York City, Denver, Nashville, Tennessee, San Francisco, Chicago, Charlotte, North Carolina, San Antonio, and Washington, D.C. On the other side of things, Detroit and Phoenix actually tied for having the worst road infrastructure among the 20 cities in the report. Hey, so there's new studies all the time, but I-45 in that particular breakdown. Meanwhile, back to the calls. What's going on with Big Sexy here on a Thursday?
Yeah, you finally got to me. I begin to wonder.
What's going on?
On that Florida governor, I really liked that where he went straight at Biden. I also saw a clip where Ted Cruz laid into Nancy Pelosi about being drunk on power. Did you see that?
Yeah, something about he said was it him that said you aren't God?
Yeah, they're just trampling the Constitution and all that, and her finding she didn't have the power to fine people for being on the floor without masks on, and having people in the hallway arrested. So like she didn't have that power. She just ran all over the Constitution. She was drunk with power.
Yeah.
Last week they opened this week, whenever they opened the Memphis Bridge back up. Did you hear what happened yesterday morning?
I did not. What was it?
There was a tractor trailer jackknifed, and the trailer buckled in the center, broke in half on the I-55 bridge, shutting down both westbound lanes. So just imagine if that I-40 bridge, Hernando de Soto Bridge, is still being closed, what would happen? That was in the rush hour traffic.
Wow.
Yesterday morning.
That would have been you talk about a nightmare. There would have been no way to get around, right? Not that.
Yeah, nope. All westbound traffic was diverted to the I-40 bridge. So that would have, eastbound traffic was coming into Memphis from Arkansas fine, but you couldn't come across from Tennessee into Arkansas on 55 until they got that cleaned up. It took them a long time to get it cleaned up. And I was noticing during that same newscast, one of the local TV stations, did you hear about that shooting at that Smile Direct warehouse or whatever near Nashville?
Yeah, this past morning, I think, 3 people shot, I believe?
Yeah, they were reporting it. The news anchor on the local Fox deal was reporting it, and he said the way he reported it didn't really set right with me. He was talking about the guy had shot 3 or 4 people, but then he shot at officers before they shot and killed him. And instead of them saying that they fired at officers and then they shot and killed him, he said before officers gunned him down. Made it sound like, that they executed him, gunned him down.
Mm-hmm.
It should have been worded different. But that's the way they report stuff these days.
Yeah,
they
neutralized the threat is what they did.
Yeah. They neutralized it quick, too. But I guess that is, people say, I guess that's all my baloney today. I can't think of anything else. If I do, I'll call back during that moment hour.
All righty. Well, be safe out there, and thanks for listening in. As always, Big Sexy checking in. Next up, let's see, I'm not seeing a name. Somebody's got some random observations.
How are you, Steve?
I'm doing well. Who's this?
Beyond Help.
Beyond Help. Okay, what's going on?
One, there was a billboard up on 294 in Chicago tonight said that Trump won 120 million votes. Ever since the inauguration, I've noticed a lack of American flags flying around now. I don't know whether that's true or not because I'm stuck on night shift, so I don't know, but that's what I've seen. Chris, as far as the Obama's birthday bash, Obama was a greenie. He was all about the going green and everything else. Well, how can you go green if you're having 300 private jets fly into Martha's Vineyard? It's not too very green for me.
Someone brought that point up last evening. Yeah, that I don't know how many private jets. Is that an actual number that was thrown around? I mean, I know you're going to have all these Hollywood elites,
no idea.
The Hollywood stars and all that. They're
Yeah,
they're probably chartering private planes to come in.
Well, figure 600 people is going to have at least 300 jets. 2 people per jet, because nobody can go along with anybody else from Hollywood.
Right.
They're too special to fly on there not to have their own jet.
Mm.
That's about it.
Just pointing out a little
There's more, but
just
I
a little
forget now.
more of the hypocrisy, right? That's just what you're kind of pointing out, the hypocrisy of the left.
Yes. Because that's all they know. Oh, the other curious thing, I've gone through Council Bluffs twice a week, going west between the 80-29 split, going west at 65, coming back east at 55. I have no idea why.
That's kind of odd. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it?
No, unless somebody forgot to change the signs. I don't know, but, leave it up to Iowa DOT to figure something out.
Did they just
Probably just revenue for the city of Council Bluffs.
Maybe they recently changed the speed and they haven't got all the signs up yet, maybe you think? Or
I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but it's kind of odd, and I still can't figure it out.
Well, beyond help, I appreciate you checking in this morning. Thanks for joining us, and don't be a stranger. About 12 before the hour. You can't help but chuckle at the NBC is wondering where all the Olympic viewers were this year. I mean, people just aren't like myself. I mean, for many, many years on any given Olympic Games, when the games were approaching, I'd really get kind of pumped up, and I'd actually DVR some of this stuff. The summer games, I loved the diving, the swimming competitions, a lot of things I actually enjoyed watching. There's a lot of weird games that I could care less about, but same with the winter games. But I've just had absolutely no interest in the games this year. Maybe just all the controversy about these, with the transgenders and all that things that just really kind of turned me off to the games. Some of those wanting to protest on the podium. I was glad to see that a majority of what they call the woke athletes from the U.S. didn't even get the opportunity to stand on the podium, not even in the bronze category. Steve mentioned last evening that that hammer throw girl that turned her back on the people and the flag when she came in third to be on the Olympic team. I think she came in 11th out of 12 competitors, almost dead last. Good for her. Then the soccer team, it's all this kneeling. I mean, right out of the box. I don't think they hadn't even gone through the opening ceremonies yet when the women's soccer team played that first game, which they lost, but everyone on the team took a knee. It's like, come on, that's just a turnoff. Shared the photo of the women's soccer team and a bunch of the girls on their knee at that first game. And I said, the American people aren't proud of that. That's not what we want to see. But that's where your viewers are, NBC. They're turned off by the woke crowd. Get a quick 2-minute timeout. Who we got calling up? Is it Fly Rod? Rambler's going to give us an update on Dirty Doppers. Doc Holliday on the line. There you go. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Jump right back to the calls. Who we say was next? Fly Rod, I believe it is. There you go. What's going on this morning, Fly Rod?
Good morning, Steve. Now, this is not Fly Rod. That's the Dimebag Denny. I think we need to send Dimebag Denny over there to check the kickboard switch because obviously the call screen robotic is not working properly, and that's a concern I've noticed several times over the last several months that there's been several callers that's called in and they've been misidentified. And that is a concern that we take very seriously here on the Overnight Drive Radio.
I think we run about 50-50 mix. I mean, a lot of times I just have to guess who's on the line.
Yeah, and that's not your fault, obviously. It's that kick switch that we really need to get fixed and checked out. So, like I said, I'll send Dimebag Denny over there, and we'll have him take a look at that. He probably should bring you a 6-pack of Miller Lite so you can enjoy that and a turkey sandwich while he's working on that. But, Steve, it's that time of the month again where we check in and go over your grades from the previous month's show. So are you ready for that?
It's already been a month? Good grief. I guess we are into August, aren't we? Yeah, you're right.
It's that time of the month where we need to go over that, and we like to do that on air, so we want to be accountable to the listeners. So the show notes that I'm looking at looks like this. It looks like your overall grade is an A, so congratulations on that. And I know you're pulling for an A+. Maybe August will be the month. You've had several A+. Looks like January, February, March were all A+, going back there, and but I congratulate you on an A. Well done.
Well, thank you.
So what we've decided to do, the reason you got an A instead of an A+ is I'm looking at the show notes here. It looks like on July 4th, well, we did not have a live show that because it was a national holiday, obviously a federal holiday. So what we decided to do is just do a replay, and that got many callers upset. So we apologize for that. We did have one caller who calls in frequently. What is that? Looking at the note here. Pony Feathers? The Pony Feathers? potty feathers, something like that. I'm sorry, horse feathers. Horse feathers. He offered to do a live show in your place, but logistically that just was not possible. And maybe next time.
Yeah,
maybe next time. So anyway, so your grade is just a reflection of that little hiccup on July 4th, and that's no pointing the finger at you. That's not your fault. You're a true professional. And we have many callers that call in, and they call me, and they are constantly giving tons of kudos to your performance, the way you dress, the way you look. And we've had some individuals come into the studio. We've allowed them to come in, and they say you smell nice, too. So whatever cologne you're wearing, it's obviously working. So what we'd like to do, Steve, and we've decided to start rewarding you for your job well done. So what we're going to do going forward is we're going to pick out a couple contestants, a couple callers who are frequent callers, and we're going to send you to the location that they're calling you from, or where they frequent, or where they live. So first up this month, we thought it would only be fitting to send you someplace that is exotic and fun. So we're not just sending you, we're going to send your wife, Lisa, as well. So congratulations to that. I'm very delighted to give this to you, to share this with you. So first up, we're going to send you up to Troy, Ohio. Is that nearby you there somewhere? Looks like it's just to the north of there a little bit. We're going to fly you and Lisa up there, or better yet, one of the listeners who calls in frequently, I believe his name is Big Spook. Is that right? That sounds familiar.
Maybe
Big Spook.
Big Moose, probably. Big Moose. What the hell's in Troy, Ohio?
I'm looking at the show notes here, Steve. Looks like Big Spook or Big Goose, maybe. Well, if you say it's Big Boots, then I guess it's Big Moose. So Big Moose, okay. Him and another individual in that area, a lady by the name of Crisco Mom. Does that sound familiar?
Eskimo Mom. Eskimo Mom.
Eskimo Mom. Okay, well, I digress. You know, I read these daggone show notes, and that daggone robot that prints out does the robotic phone checks for the callers that call in, the call screening. He messes that up, so why wouldn't he mess up the show notes as well?
Perfect.
So anyway, these two individuals have stepped up, and it looks like Big Spook, Big Goo, you say Big Moose, and Texaco Eskimo Mom are going to meet you and Lisa there in Cincinnati, and they're going to drive you up there in his custom-built AMC Pacer Hornet. It's yellow. It's got a sticker on it. He said you'll know when he gets there, because he's got a big sticker on the bumper. It says, I love kitty and puppy farts. What a strange individual that is, but whatever. They're gonna take you and Lisa up to Troy, Ohio, and they're gonna treat you to a taco and burrito dinner. Looks like at La Fiesta Mexican restaurant. So that'll be exciting.
Yeah.
And then they're going to treat you to, looks like Eskimo Mom's going to treat you to a free game of bowling at the Troy Bowl. So I hope you and Lisa like 10-pin bowling. It's a great sport. There's a rumor has it that they're trying to get that on the Olympics. I think that's exciting.
Yes, right.
But then in the afternoon, they're going to take you to the Hobart Urban Nature Preserve. That is really exciting. You'll get to see wild animals like deer and foxes and other critters there. So congratulations, Steve. This is just one of many other trips that we're going to reward you and Lisa on going forward. Now, I will give you a sneak preview that next month we're going to fly you somewhere out west. I won't say anything more about that, but you'll just have to keep guessing. Now, Steve, we do have to put your credit card on file. Which one would you like to use today, the Visa, the MasterCard, or the American Express?
I knew there's going to be a hook there somewhere. The hell out of here. Oh, is that Lugnut Louie? That's almost... Well, what is that? That's one of those scams where they get your credit card number just to cover executive expenses. Next thing you know, your bank account's empty. All right, but I won the big prize, the big prize. Final hour just ahead as we make our way into the early hours of a Thursday. Double check, see if we got the latest update. Yes, we do. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Nearly all foreign visitors to the U.S. may soon need to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. The White House is considering the requirement as part of a plan to reopen travel into the country for foreign travelers, as it faces pressure from airlines and allies to lift travel restrictions. The administration has not yet laid out a timeline for announcing or implementing the rule change. And a group of landlords late Wednesday challenged the CDC's latest moratorium on evictions, days after the initial ban had expired. The Alabama Association of Realtors asked a federal judge in Washington to lift the CDC's order, calling it unlawful and saying it was enacted to bow to political pressure. The group had been successful in their previous challenge to an eviction ban, having it declared unlawful back in May. Tuesday's order applies to areas of the country where there are substantial or high COVID transmission rates, currently about 82% of counties. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Germany is the latest country to send a warship to the disputed South China Sea. Lance Pry has more.
Germany sent a warship to the South China Sea on Monday for the first time since 2002, as tensions continue over China's claim of the territory. China says the nearly 1.3 million square mile area in the South China Sea are within its sovereign territory due to language in the Law of the Sea Convention. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And a new survey shows that American workers would be willing to give up a little of their paycheck to keep working from the home office. The poll from insurance provider Breeze showed that 65% of respondents would be willing to take a 5% pay cut to work from home full-time, with 15% saying they'd be willing to take a cut as large as 25%. A majority of respondents said that given the option, they'd be willing to part with paid time off if given the option to work from home full-time. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listeners special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Support for President Biden's handling of the pandemic is slipping. Tim Berg reports.
A new poll finds President Biden's approval rating regarding his response to the pandemic has dipped by double digits. The Quinnipiac University National Poll of Adults found 53% of Americans approve of the job he's doing regarding COVID. 40% disapprove. This is a double-digit drop from May when Americans approved 65 to 30%. On Tuesday, when President Biden was talking about COVID, he told leaders of Texas and Florida to either lead or get out of the way regarding their COVID response. Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz reacts to Biden's comments.
You know, there's a Yiddish word called chutzpah, and I think Joe Biden is embodying that word right now. We just had news breaking today that in the last several months, the Biden administration has released over 7,000 illegal aliens who were COVID positive just in one Texas city, in the city of McAllen. Joe Biden likes to talk about this pandemic. Well, I'll tell you what, the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was a super spreader event.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the U.S. women's beach volleyball pairing of April Ross and Alex Kleinman will play for gold after defeating the Swiss team in the semifinals in straight sets. They'll take on Australia, who knocked out Latvia in the other semifinal, for the gold medal on Friday. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, final hour. Here we go. Yeah, I found a story. The Lollapalooza Music Festival in Chicago this past weekend. A photograph that's kind of gone viral. The proverbial sea of people tightly packed in. Hardly any masks to be found. Making the rounds on social media. Festival organizers had an entry protocol that required attendees to either have printed proof of their vaccination status or a negative COVID test. Unvaccinated attendees were required to wear a mask during their time at the festival. Now, the insider spoke with the photographer who caught the image to get the story behind the photograph. He said, "My primary job is aerial photography, so I use drones or helicopters to gather video or photos from above. That's actually shot off the balcony of where I live in the 52nd floor of a building that faces Grant Park, directly over top of Lollapalooza. Every year, I'm around that weekend. I get a camera with a long zoom lens on it, take photos and share the photographs. But I don't know, was Lollapalooza a super spreader event, you think? I heard Cruz's comments there a minute ago in the news break. Said the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was a super spreader event. That's pretty much telling it like it is. Hey there, Rambler. How we doing?
Hola, mi amigo. Glad to be on with you tonight, my brother. Yes, sir. And, I was glad to hear Rhonda call. We hadn't heard from her in a while. I pray that she gets back out there and starts back trucking it up again,
Mm-hmm.
And, hearing Rhonda call got me to thinking, I hear Big Ed calling once in a while. And I heard Big Ed here a couple of weeks ago talking about he wants to get back out of trucking industry. And I was like, did he take up gardening at one time? Wasn't Big Ed the one a few years ago that had the alligator mouth with the hummingbird butt that wanted a challenge? It may have been Rhonda, may have been Zookeeper. It was some female he put a challenge to at one of the trucking shows that he could outdrive her, and he ended up getting his butt spanked. I mean, and spanked bad by a female driver. It may have been Rhonda, may have been Zookeeper. It was one of our female drivers, and just embarrassed Big Ed. You remember that, Steve?
I do remember that, and he was the rose gardener, no less. The roses.
Yeah. I think of course, licensing and everything like that, you can't rightfully play it, but find a karaoke version of "Two Step Through the Tulips" by Tiny Tim every time he calls in. Kind of remind him about that. I know. And he was talking about getting out of trucking. There's a lot of LTL companies hiring, and LTL freight. That's what I'm doing now. That'll sure get you in a lot of shape and get you healthy because you're constantly moving, you're constantly working, and
You'll be able to work in, drive, and exercise. So don't give up, Big Ed. Praise God. Well, I'll give you an update on my father, Dirty Diapers. Man, it's been almost a month now since he went under the knife, and he really hadn't gotten any better.
Really?
Well, you know, they had to do a tracheotomy, and he's breathing through the ventilator through the trach. And that's how he's breathing now. He had emphysema going in. I mean, God bless him. He quit smoking the same year your dad did back in '94, but Steve, the damage was done. He's got emphysema. They managed to get him to stand up for about maybe 5 minutes. He's been bedridden for the last 3 weeks and been on a ventilator. And they're going to be moving him to a rehab facility over in, I want to say it's the Roosevelt facility over in Newnan, Georgia, where they're going to be moving him to, I do believe. They told us that he'll be on oxygen for the remainder of his life. That even when he comes off the vents, which they're trying to wean him off of that now, he'll be on oxygen the rest of his life. And his sister had told me she keeps up all the paperwork with the business, said that she's not even going to file for tags. And, you know, and they do believe the doctor is going to yank his CDL. So there's no way he could pass a DOT physical.
Sure.
Which is sad because, Steve, you know, he loved this industry so much, and, you know, he's not made out of money. Now, I don't think any of us are made out of money, but he was out here doing it because he just had a passion. He wanted to still lead people to Christ. That was his passion, you know, and so he's kind of just in limbo, wondering what is he going to do now with the remainder of his time on earth. But the good thing is the skin graft is healing nice and everything. And as soon as he can get his strength back, they'll start him on radiation. So he's got a long, tough road ahead.
Yeah, he does.
But, you know, he says, yeah, man. And I tell you, you know, he has his, he loves his program. He don't have access to his phone or his tablet yet or his iPad. But I know as soon as he does, if he's up at night, he'll be listening. You know, he loves big moves. as that previous caller called him the big tubes. That had me laughing, man. You know, and you know, it's like I hear big moose carrying around possum breath, and that reminds me of my father. You know, and it's nice that moose. You know, possum breath was a caller from way back. I remember when he used to call in. You know, back in the old days.
Yep.
Yeah, Lord, and I'm glad that moose is taking care of him. And, you know, just y'all just keep on praying for Dirty Diapers. And, you know, just let's not give up on him yet. You know, let's just keep on praying for him. And, you know, Steve, I know I don't call in every night, but I listen. Man, I love the show. I love the callers and everything like that. You know, I'll just be glad, you know, I'll be glad we can get to another trucking show again. And I know they don't do Mid-America no more, and I miss them days, and I miss the Cat show. And I tell you, my biggest highlights that I ever had was the Great American Trucking Show. Come on out, FedEx. Come on out, FedEx. All right. My biggest highlight I ever had from the Great American Trucking Show is when I had dinner. It was me, Granny and Pappy, and a couple others. We had dinner with Bill and Cindy over at Joe T. Garcia's over in Fort Worth. And Bill treated us. And that was unique. That was just very unique, you know. I mean, I was actually invited to go sit down with Bill Mack and his wife Cindy, and there's a couple of the fans that called in regular was able to go and have that experience and hearing stories that he told. And, you know, be glad, you know, when, you know, we can get back and all of us get together. Be glad, you know, to have you out there and have something like that, you know, to be able to sit down and, I don't know, tailgate or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, get back to normal, you know, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the Mid-America 2022. Kyle sent me a little bit of a teaser a week or two ago saying that they had a meeting about plans for Hot Shot Secret and the overnight drive program for Mid-America. And he said, we've got big plans. You're really going to love this. And I mean, you talk about a teaser. That's all he told me. But so, yeah, Mid-America next year, we'll get together.
Hey, that sounds great. And even though I don't drink alcohol, if your son shows up with a case of nasty light, we're going to choke him. Come on, he could do better than that. You know, even though I don't drink, show up with some doggone Corona or something better than just nasty light.
Corona, no less. Right. Well, not Corona.
yeah, not Corona. That's over. Yeah, you know what I mean. Well, let's do Bud Light Lime.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Before I get off here, you mentioned Kyle, and I hear the racing report, and it brings back memories of a lot of the older drivers. You're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, and I'm glad that big trucks are down drag racing, but I can recall when I first got in here driving, the only drag racing you could ever see as far as 18-wheelers go was you had to go to the 76 station in Ontario, California, and I'll leave it at that. Some of the older drivers that know what I'm talking about, and that was famous for you get out there and they'd always drag race in the parking lot. That's where it was famous for. Later on, the TA bought it out, built another one across the street. But memories. Steve, it's been a pleasure, my sir, and you take care. Everyone with the Overdrive Nation, I love you all. God bless you. I'll see you on the flip side. Hello, Mercury Man. See you later, buddy.
Okay, thank you for the call. Thanks for checking in, Rambler. Prayers for your father there. Prayers for dirty diapers. He's got a long way to go. Hey, speaking of racing, this Saturday, seeing as we're into Thursday, Kyle's probably going to be heading out today because if he's going to be there with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth, they can't fly it out there. He's going to be driving all the way to Morrison, Colorado. Long drive, huh? You ready for a road trip, Kyle? This Saturday, the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series. Diesels on the Mountain, Bandamere Speedway. Again, in Morrison, Colorado, the return of diesel drag racing on the West Coast. The brand new Diesel Drag Series brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. The Whole Shot Diesel Series makes its way to the Rockies for its next stop at Bandamere in Morrison, Colorado. For the ATS Diesels on the Mountain, come out, check out some of the best diesel drag racers from the West Coast, competing in multiple classes for big payouts. It's an action-packed day on and off the track, as the Northwest Dyno Circuit will also be on location, strapping down diesel trucks for the dyno to see who can pull the most horsepower. Don't miss the vendor midway, packed with some of the top brands in diesel performance, including the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. We'll see you on the mountain. Coming up this Saturday. Yeah, for some of our friends out west, get by there in Bandamere and say hi to Kyle. Hey, what's up, Doc?
Well, I figured I'd get up early so I can get through Cincinnati here with no traffic. Come down here yesterday afternoon, was going to go through, and I looked at the thing, and it was red lines everywhere. So I just parked at the rest area right north of town here, and trying to get through this morning with no traffic. Pretty nice right now.
Yeah.
But, speaking of that racing thing, I was at the casino up there in Turning Stone, New York the other day. And that guy with the world's fastest semi pulled in beside me and parked. 36,000 horsepower, Steve, runs 376 miles an hour. The semi has 3 jet engines.
The jet truck. Yeah, I saw. What the heck was the name? I think he was at the Dayton Air Show here about a month ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they travel around and do all kinds of shows, and I talked to the guy that owned it. Real nice fellow. I mean, just real nice fellow. And that's all they do. They got this big semi converted into a motorhome, and that's what they pulled the trailer wheel with that truck in it. And that was just something to see. I mean, a truck that's 36,000 horsepower, run 307. Do you realize how much time I can make with that truck, Steve, on my run here?
Yeah, you think?
From Winchester, Kentucky to Springfield, Mass. I could make all kind of time with that truck. But, well, I say I could. I get to Cincinnati, that'd put a halt to it, wouldn't it? With all the traffic and all. But that guy that called in a while ago, what was his name? Flyhead that had the
some lug nut Louie or something, some goofy guy.
Yeah, well, Steve, if he sees you on a trip out west, you need to request to go to Kansas so you can see the world's largest hand-dug well. That's right, Steve. He can send you out to Kansas and book you a trip to the world's largest hand-dug well. And right up the street from it is the world's largest groundhog.
Really?
I mean, wouldn't that be exciting to see?
Well, how deep is the world's largest hand-dug well?
It's deep, Steve. It's deep. It's real deep. I mean, because it's the world's largest.
Okay.
I mean, I've always wanted to stop in there and see it. I mean, I think it would be something exciting to see. I've always wanted to stop in there and see it myself. Never took time to stop. But I figured it would take 5 minutes of my time to see it. Because, I mean, what are you going to see at the world's largest hand-dug well? You're just going to stand there and say, yep, that's it. That's the largest well in the world.
It is, yeah, right. It's fascinating.
Yeah. Sounds exciting, don't it? And then go see the world's largest groundhog. That would be something else. So that would be a good trip he could book for you out west to go to Kansas there and see all that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got to get off here on 471. I can't take 71. It's closed again. Damn it. When are they going to open that, Steve?
I don't know.
And I'm going to talk a little serious here about something. All this damn mask wearing, they start back again everywhere, even for the people that's been vaccinated. I mean, what the hell did we get vaccinated for? So we wouldn't have to wear a mask. And now all these places, like especially up north, Massachusetts, you go to Walmart there now, they standing there at the door. Oh, you can't come in without a mask. I'm vaccinated. Don't matter. You can't come in without a mask.
Mm-hmm.
And just not letting you in and all that crap. And it's I don't know, Steve. I think a lot of it's more political than it is anything else.
Yep.
I mean, you hear about a lot of people going in the hospital and stuff like that, and they say, 90-something% of us unvaccinated. But, Steve, how many actual deaths have you heard of for this new thing? I haven't heard of that many.
Yeah, the deaths.
They just say people are going to the hospital.
Yeah, the deaths are not nearly as high as previous waves. I mean, they're attributing that to the number of people who have had the vaccine.
Right. Well, my opinion, I think the vaccine's a good thing to get. I'm not going to talk bad about that. I got it. I got both of them. The Moderna. I had no problems, no side effects. In my opinion, what is it going to hurt to get it? It ain't going to hurt nothing to get it. I mean, it could hurt you if you don't get it. But when you see this, if their statistics are right.
Yeah, well, the whole thing about it, Doc, is you don't know if it's going to hurt you 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 years from now. That's what it's an experiment. It's all experimental right now. And the Moderna is an mRNA vaccine. It's first time it's ever been used. So that's why so many have that either. Correct. Yep.
You don't know that either. But when you see, if their statistics are right, if they're not lying to us, when you see that 90-something% of the people getting sick are the unvaccinated, then that right there tells me it's probably a good thing to get it. But, people make their own choice. But this whole mask bullshit, I mean, Steve, that's just crazy. I talked to my girlfriend. She's a doctor, right? And she said the only mask that can really do any good is the N95.
95, yep, that is true.
Yeah, the N95 to keep from spreading it, because other stuff can get through them masks, and also people have breathing problems with those masks on, and you're breathing your own germs back in. instead of letting them out when you got one on. So I think they're totally wrong on this mask, and I refuse to wear one, Steve. The only time I'll wear one if I go to a customer and the customer says I have to have one on to unload, I'll wear one then because, you know, that's what I have to do. But other than that, I didn't wear one the whole, year and a half of the pandemic. And I never had a problem at all. So,
well, just, you know, count your lucky stars. I mean, don't be one that wants to, you know, well, you're not bad-mouthing it, but I mean, just, I'm in the same category. I don't want to talk like, you know, I'm meant to work every single day. I mean, through the whole year of the pandemic when everybody at my previous gig, all the sales staff, everyone was working from home. The only people that were coming in every day were the actual on-air staff and like a couple of the top management. But I worked every day, went back and forth to work through the whole damn thing. You know, I'm lucky to date. I haven't had it. Don't want anything to do with it. Yeah, you're asking about we're not hearing about deaths in the country right now. I had this story. The Delta variant driving up the cases has proved to be far less deadly than the previous waves. As I said, thanks in part to vaccinations. So the number of cases is now approaching the levels we saw in some of the previous surges. The 7-day average of daily cases has risen as high as 66,606. Ooh. That's getting close to where the peak was in the summer of 2020, where the 7-day running average at one point hit 68,622. Hospitalizations have been much lower, though. Daily hospitalizations so far have hit 31,148 at the highest, way below the 54,500. The spring surge of 2020, likely daily deaths have reached a high of 296, about a tenth of where the peak was back last winter. Most credit goes, they say, to the vaccines. Now, interesting where in Florida they say, it's kind of odd, people under the age of 50 are supposedly, so much less likely to be hospitalized or die. Reports show that the average age of those hospitalized in Florida are in their mid-40s. They are in a category that they supposedly are much likely not to be vaccinated. Is that because they were told from the very beginning it's really just the older people over the age of 50, 60 that were at the risk of getting really sick? It's also possible that the number of cases is a serious undercount during this current surge, since the amount of testing has declined dramatically in recent months. Someone brought that up the other night. How are we seeing so many cases when, I don't know, is anybody getting even tested? We went from low COVID testing to high testing, and we are now back to low testing. Right now, the United States is conducting about 800,000 tests per day, according to Johns Hopkins University. Yeah, back in this past winter, it was between 1.5 and 2 million tests per day. So the lower testing rate could mean a lot of cases are going unreported. Those would probably be people that are either asymptomatic or just have minimal symptoms because they don't feel sick enough to need to go out and get a test, right? Okay, with that, we'll get our quick time out here. News break, bottom of the hour. Come back with a big moose and on down into the Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
4 prosecutors in New York have opened investigations into Governor Andrew Cuomo to see if any of the criminal misconduct revealed in an independent panel's report took place in their jurisdictions. District attorneys in Westchester and Nassau counties and Manhattan have requested materials from the panel, which found Governor Cuomo had sexually harassed 11 women, including employees. The governor has denied the allegations in the report. Cuomo has faced calls to resign from office from a growing number of fellow Democrats, including President Biden, but he's made no indication that he'll take that step. And nearly all foreign visitors to the United States may soon need to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. The White House is considering the requirement as part of a plan to reopen travel into the country for foreign travelers, as it faces pressure from airlines and allies to lift travel restrictions. The administration has not laid out a timeline for announcing or implementing that rule change. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Working from home? I'm Chad Dodd, veterinarian and consultant to Limp Bells. Here are some tips for keeping your dog fit while staying at home. Find 15 minutes twice a day and walk your pet at a decent pace around your place. Play hide and seek by hiding some kibble or favorite toys and letting your dog find them. If you have stairs and your dog is mobile, walk up and down twice a day for 5 to 10 minutes. Or better yet, try a power walk on your terrace or backyard for some fresh air. There are more helpful pet care tips at youmove.com, spelled YOUMOVE.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Would you be surprised to hear that not nearly as many people as they thought would go back to work went back to work last month? No, we're still giving that $300 extra per week in federal benefits on top of the state unemployment. And it was, they missed their mark by big numbers. Only about half as many as they thought. Payrolls increased by 330,000 last month, the smallest gain since February. According to ADP Research Institute, that figure far short of all the economists' estimates. In a Bloomberg survey, the estimate was for 690,000 people having gone back to work. The slowdown in hiring underscores the challenges of a labor market recovery. Firms are trying to keep pace with an unleashing of pent-up demand, but it's going to take time to fill these, this now record number of open jobs, open positions. Data showed a broad moderation in employment growth. It says the government data doesn't always move in lockstep. The smaller advance could maybe temper expectations for a gain in official payroll figures that comes out on Friday, actually. The hiring deceleration was acute, they say, in the leisure hospitality industry. They've got a long road to recovery. Leisure and hospitality. Just 139,000 new jobs in the month, but a lot of those, they fall in the category of places where you've got help wanted signs on every corner. All right, back to the calls here. Hello, Big Goose. I'm a moose.
Yeah, you talking about them jobs that Joe Biden created?
Yeah.
Yeah, he created all them jobs, He said that. That's the reason people go back to work. He created those jobs. Isn't he wonderful? They did get his butt wiped. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we did. You never did give us the full scoop. I mean, Lugnut and Louie, we heard the other night something about you were having a farting contest with Bob Barker or whatever. Who won that contest?
It was a draw. Both of us ended up in the yard tossing our cookies.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a Mexican standoff,
Okay.
Yeah. Now, as far as Lugnut Louie goes, we need to get a GoFundMe account, raise enough money to see if we can find that exhaust leak that's obviously contaminating the cab of his truck. Because I've been around some people that's been on some wild stuff before and ain't never come up with half the stuff he does. And about halfway through his little spiel tonight, I was kind of wishing he'd just pull his bottom lip over his head and swallow. But anyway, I tell you what, buddy. I tell you, I hate to say it, but I think we've lost her. I think America as we knew it is gone, and it'll never come back. There's just so much happening that I don't think it'll ever go back to half of what it used to be. This quote unquote new normal ain't very normal as far as I'm concerned. Now we got 300 genders, and everybody gets butthurt over the littlest thing, and ain't nobody got no sense of humor no more about nothing. Everybody takes themselves too serious, and regardless of what your convictions are, regardless of how ill-conceived they are, they expect everybody to placate to that. And, it's just, I don't know. I'm just about to hang it up. I figured, hell, I had a pretty good lick at it, and I can't complain. I've done pretty much everything I wanted to do, but yeah, I sure feel sorry for the younger generation, because they'll never know the America that we did. And, I don't have no more faith in this voting deal. I believe there'll never be another quote unquote fair and free election in this country. Now that they've perfected the art of fixing them, there'll never be another fair election in this country. And I believe time will prove me right. I hope it doesn't, but I'm afraid it will. We got this whole immigration thing that's got plumb out of hand. We've spent more money than we can ever pay back, and we're spending more every day. And I tell you what, there sure ain't much left for the younger generations to look forward to. I shudder to think of what kind of fresh hell a baby born today would have to deal with by the time he got to be my age, if he lived that long, And it just playtime's over, and them guys over there poking a bear. And if war breaks out, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad for everybody, especially for us, And with the exception of a questionable marginal victory in the Gulf War, where the United States hasn't won a war since 1945. We've had a few ties and a few losses, but we have not held the victor's position in a long time. And as soft and mushy as we've got now, I don't think we could ever hold it again if it got bad, because you got to remember, people we're going up against, they're still sleeping in caves and eating fish guts and all that stuff, so they're a lot more prepared for the bad stuff than a bunch of Nintendo playing, Cheeto eating mama's boys who've been living in the basement and they're 35 years old, so. And, World War II, all the men went off to war and the women went in the factories and made the guns, the bullets, and made the Jeeps and everything else. You think that would happen today? First of all, they couldn't decide which one of them's a man and which one of them's a woman. That'd be the first problem. Second problem is, I don't know. I don't even want to get into it. It's just a damn mess. I'm absolutely disgusted by the whole situation. I said it before and I say it again. I was kind of hoping I'd be dead by the time it got to this point, but here I sit, and it just, I don't see nothing good about none of it. But I don't know. I hate to be Debbie Downer, but I ain't seen nothing that I can even twist or discombobulate into a good sentiment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right now it's difficult.
Yeah, it is. And I'm not going to turn your show into an infomercial for Mark Levin's new book or none of that stuff. So I guess I just shut the hell up. So keep it twixt and spotted and sodded and set aside up, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again, probably.
All righty. Well, Big Moose, be safe out there. Good to have you with us. Who's next up here? There's Pony Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. I thought when that caller called in there, he said his name was Dimebag Denny or Danny or something like that.
I thought it was Lugnut Louie.
All right. So anyways, we have to set the record straight on things. July the 4th was a Sunday, and Steve Sommers does not do shows Saturday night, Sunday morning, whatever you want to call it there. That was July the 4th. July the 5th was all day Monday. And that was the day that I was coming out to do the fill-in so Steve Sommers could have the Sunday night, Monday during the day all off. And I got out there and I was on that 275 loop there till y'all got around Cincinnati, and I was going round and round and getting around and stopped for fuel. I don't remember. Did I stop for fuel 2 times or 3 times there? Had to find exits to get off, do like a NASCAR pit stop, get fuel. Because I'd sent a text message there down to the streetcar named Desire to try to get directions in, and I never got a reply there. And,
yeah, I recall that.
They ran 2-3 tanks of gas out there on the Beltway going round and round trying to figure out which exit to get off there. But anyway, so I did make the attempt, and I was out in the general vicinity of the streetcar named Desire to do the 5 hours of horse feathers and the truck driver sing-along songs. So
memory serves, I think I ignored that text message that day.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay. The phone wasn't in the Cadillac yet at that point.
Right.
Did you get to retrieve your phone out of the Cadillac, or is it still there?
Turned out it was actually in the Subaru. It wasn't in the Cadillac, but it was in the car.
All right. So was I understanding Moose right? Is he switching to the transgender side, going to switch to the opposite sex there? He's calling himself Debbie Downer now? Is he going for the full onslaught operation too, or is he just going to wear the dress on one side and the pants on the other?
I'm not sure you don't know which way to go, right? He's confused.
I know. I heard that, and I'm like, well, I just don't know what to say to that now. But here's our hero there, and he's looking to go to the transgender world there. I don't know. So I'm getting nervous. I'm thinking he's right. I'm thinking that poor old Tater Tot coming along there. I think the poor child. The only thing he has to look forward to is maybe if Jeff Bezos gets his way to have all industry moved to outer space, and maybe Tater Tot to be able to live on the moon or Mars, like that there. Yeah. And so I don't know. As Moose says, the outlook isn't all that great, and it'll never be what we had when we were kids, Steve. There's just no way. And even I watch. I don't know how you do with your grandkids, but I watch what my grandson has to do. And I mean, the things I used to do, and I know what I did when I was a kid, and what his mother allows him to do, and the things is nowhere near the same. And it's like, well, let the boy be a boy and fall down, get hurt, get scraped up, and learn how to go on. And oh no, we can't let him get hurt.
We have to put him in. We have to put him in a bubble of protection. So yeah. Can't play in the dirt. All right, we got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll come back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, when Moose said he doesn't feel like we'll ever get back to the country that he grew up in, I suspect you are 100% correct. Yeah, someone here just a bit ago posted this and said, I'm going to keep posting this. It's a photograph of Dwight Eisenhower and John Kennedy standing side by side. He said, when real Democrats and Republicans were running our country, we didn't hate each other. We didn't vote for parties. We voted for ideas that came from both parties that made us better as a country. We didn't label ideas or parties as racist, sexist, or un-American. We did what we thought was best for we the people and accepted the winner as a united country. Yeah, to have those days back, yes, you are correct. Oh, to have those days back. And we can't get any sort of cooperation. I mean, they're trying to talk about this infrastructure bill as being bipartisan. I mean, I guess there is a meeting of the minds trying to come up with something, but technically there's just a whole ton of crap still included in it. Did you catch the announcement this past day? There's a name we all remember. Whatever happened to Elaine Chao? Of course, she was appointed as DOT secretary under Donald Trump, right? The wife of none other than Mitch McConnell. After it was announced that Elaine Chao has been named to the board of directors at Kroger. Some Democrats taking to social media to declare their outrage and looking to announce boycotts. According to the Supermarket News, Elaine Chao will serve until Kroger's annual shareholders meeting in June of next year, after which she would stand for election by the stockholders. So they give their typical spiel about she's got experience in this and that, corporate governance, strategic workforce management, public-private partnerships, all kind of experience, U.S. government. There was one Democrat super PAC that sent out a tweet. Who else is going to be staying far away from Kroger, Fred Meyer's, and any of the other stores since they've added corrupt Elaine Chao to the board? Yes, The Blaze yesterday was talking about a list of companies that they're looking to organize a boycott to protest. Yeah, even as DOT secretary, remember there was a lot of discussion about her conflict of interest with her family running the Chinese firm, the shipping firms, and all. I don't know. Elaine Chao on the board of Kroger. Interesting. Jolly Green Giant.
I'm going to be sick this morning. I cannot believe it. As if my wife ain't got enough problems as it is without that lady taking over Kroger's. I can't believe it. I got a major announcement this morning. Major announcement. Maniac and Jolly Green are going to the Barack Obama birthday party.
Oh, yeah?
We're going to be wearing our Trump T-shirts and our Trump hats. And then we're going to probably get tossed out for being racist. That's probably what's going to happen.
Right. Well, you got your invitation. It's an invitation-only event, you know.
Oh, we were just going to show up, Steve. Come on.
You're going to crash the party, in other words.
Right. I mean, we don't need an invitation. We're Trump supporters, you know. We want to make sure Obama is very welcome on his birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. But I don't know, Steve, about that lady taking over Kroger's. My wife's talking about retiring. She's about had it, you know. I don't know what to say, man.
Yeah.
Either way, man, I just thought I would take a call in with a bunch of my baloney. And as for Sex Maniac, he is stuck at the 215-mile stick in an accident. As usual, that's twice this week. I don't know what to tell those guys. Thank God I have to go to Effingham. Have a good night. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks for checking in there, Jolly Green Giant. Hey, we're pretty much up against the clock here because out of time. My apologies. I had a couple. I think it was that Stonecliffe that was still hanging on there. Not sure who the other was. That may have been Knucklebuster. Okay. But we'll wrap it up here on a Thursday morning. Hey, when you come back at the midnight hour tonight, if all goes as planned, as scheduled, Chris Gabrelchik, yes, the boss man, the founder, the guy that got it all started with Hot Shot Secret, joins us. I think he's going to be on the phone line this morning. I'm not sure if he's here in Ohio or down in Florida, or he may make a surprise visit down to the secret bunker. You just never know. We'll play it by ear. Hope you'll join us as well. Have a great Thursday, and we'll see you back tonight. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but